Shall we?
Let's do
All right.
it.
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Niles Main District Library Board for July 17th, 2024.
All right, Trustee
Is there
Kadir.
something that would
Present.
volunteer?
Trustee Derlick.
Present.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Here. And I'm here.
Treasurer Vitello.
Present.
Secretary Rosansky.
Here.
Here. Vice President Trocco. Running late.
Late with notice.
Got it. Okay, and President Key.
Present.
Excellent.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's begin with the meetings. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of June 5th?
Madam President, I move to approve the minutes of the June 5th, 2024 special board meeting, budget training.
Second.
Any comments?
I have a couple. For the June 5th minutes, the special board meeting, paragraph 1, page 3, I amend the minutes to remove the incorrect word interrupted. The statement read, requesting point of, my statement is, requesting point of information is not an interruption. And they claim that my point of information was interrupting. That's parliamentary procedure. So I just want to amend the minutes and remove the incorrect word interrupted.
Second.
So are you making an amended motion?
Yeah, are you making a
Yeah, I
motion?
motion to amend the minutes, remove the incorrect word interrupted, and Sue seconded.
And do you want to replace it with what?
Yeah.
No, it's
How do you
But
want it?
what do you want to amend it to?
calling. I amend the minutes to remove the incorrect word interrupted, so just
No, but-
remove, you want me to read the statement all over again?
You-
Well,
no,
but
no,
if you
no,
just
no,
take
no.
a word out, it will
You
read
can't,
was.
it'll say trustee Derblick, vice president Trunko, right? You have to put a word in, you have to put a verb in there. So what's the verb you're recommending putting in there instead of?
So then I have to redo the sentence, okay. Trustee Derblick called for a point of information, or no, trustee Derblick requested point of information to Vice President Trunko, which was denied by President Keene. Trustee Derblick continued to call for point of information.
So it's gonna now read trustee Derblick called for point of information.
Requested a point of information to Vice President
Okay.
Trunko.
Trustee Derblick requested a point of information to Vice President Trunko, which was denied by President King.
Yes.
That's the amendment. Okay.
Margaret, do you have that?
Let's see. I have requested point of information. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
And this is June 5th we're talking about. Okay, just verifying.
And then, so should we do them one at a time? I have
Well,
3
we're-
for this paragraph, so
this-
can we do them one at a time?
what do you
Yes.
mean?
You have 3 for this paragraph?
This
I have
particular
3 for these
minutes?
minutes, yes.
I'll do all of them for these minutes then.
Yeah, please. This way, we're not voting on it multiple times.
Well, they're different changes.
Yeah. but
Well,
we'll-
yeah,
we'll vote
tell
on
us.
all of them, you know what I mean?
Okay, paragraph 4 on page 3. All right, the statement is incorrect. I motion to amend the minutes for correction. President Keene called for a recess while trustee Derblick was speaking, which required Derblick to question the purpose of the vote.
Hold it.
You're changing the whole paragraph?
That's not
That's what
4,
took place.
that's 5 you're talking about. Paragraph 5.
1, 2,
If you go
3,
vice
4.
president, Jason, trustee, and then President King.
Oh, you're right, it's
the
5.
5th one.
So it's 5.
I'm not trying to correct you, but I'm trying to correct you.
No, it's
So we
fine.
know what we're talking
So it's
about.
paragraph 5.
Okay,
Yes, because if you recall, I was speaking and you had made a motion for recess, which I didn't hear, and then my name was called to respond, and I questioned, what are we voting on?
Okay.
And so what do you want this to say?
I amend the minutes for correction. President King called for a recess while trustee Durbuck was...
Called for a vote for a 10-minute recess, like the way it's currently worded?
Just
That
let her
could
read
be,
it the way.
because I believe
Okay.
she called for a recess, but you can do that, doesn't matter.
Okay.
President King called for a recess while trustee Durbuck was speaking, which required Durbuck to question the purpose of the vote. And then the last one is
Can you
paragraph
repeat
6.
that one more time? I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just wanna make
absolutely.
sure.
Um,
The last part. Trustee
President
Durbuck.
King called for a recess while trustee Durbuck was speaking, which required Durbuck to question the purpose of the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. The last one's paragraph 6, which is on page 4.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I amend the minutes to include trustee Durbuck requested specifics for the accusations of false comments and unprofessional behavior. None were provided. So I don't, that wasn't even in there, so I'm just adding that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure.
Then
Trustee
it's,
Durbuck
can I question before?
requested specifics
Because it says
For the
already false
act-
comments.
for the accusations of false comments and unprofessional behavior.
So you want that one sentence modified? Because right now it says false comments made towards other trustees?
No, she wants an additional sentence.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
I
this is
just
an
want to
addition, I
understand what
said.
she's
Okay,
asking for.
And then none were provided. That was the result of my request.
So if you could read the three changes to us before we take our vote, I'd appreciate it.
Margaret, did you want to read them?
I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna have you read it, because I'm gonna listen to the video to make sure I don't miss any words. So
Sure.
I'll have you read it.
Okay, the
If you don't
first
mind.
one is, I amend the minutes to remove the incorrect word interrupted, and the statement will now read, trustee Durbuck requested point of information from Vice President Trunco, which was denied by President Keene. So that's the sentence I'm changing.
Second one? Mm-hmm.
The second one was paragraph 5. I amend the minutes for the correction. President Keene called for a I want this added. Oh, no, never mind, this is the correction.
Mhm.
President Keene called for a recess while trustee Durbuck was speaking, which required Durbuck to question the purpose of the vote. And the sentence that I'm asking be replaced is trustee Durbuck did not respond to the roll call and continued to speak. If you want to keep it in, that's fine, but I need this added.
Trustee Durbuck?
And then the third one.
Yeah, I know, but can I ask you a question? I'm okay with some of these changes and not others. Can I propose some modifications to your modifications?
The vote is
so
on,
that we
we're
don't?
gonna vote on all.
I know, but then I'll have to move again to, it's just gonna
That's
be-
why
It
we should
might
have
make
done
it
them one
easier
at a
It
if
time.
might
not-
make it easier if I suggest,
Can
that's
It
all.
made,
Can we
it
just
made this
continue,
a
please?
nightmare.
Okay.
Well, let him make his suggestion and you
So I
can
didn't
agree or
read
disagree.
the third one, so do you want to throw in
Yeah,
your
so
suggestions?
on the first one,
Mhm.
I'm fine with that. On the second one,
Sure.
can you repeat it again? There was one word I wanted to change.
President Keene called for a recess while trustee Durbuck was speaking, which required Durbuck to question the purpose of the vote.
I would change that to and Durbuck, what did you say? Question the purpose of the vote, and Durbuck question. and Durblick thereafter question the purpose of the vote.
No,
Okay, we just
Because-
spent 8
Okay.
minutes discussing one set
yeah,
of minutes.
if
Can
we
we
could let
please
it
move
go,
forward?
no.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right,
Okay.
do I need to read the last
No,
one?
you
Is
can.
this for Margaret's purpose?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we're leaving it as is. as
Yeah,
you
that's fine.
stated,
It's
right?
fine.
Yeah,
One
that's what I'm
word,
saying,
that
we
one
haven't
word.
voted on it. Mhm.
Change my vote.
Okay, that's fine.
And then, did you finish
Okay,
the
the
last one?
last one is, I amend the, this is an addition. Trustee Durble requested specifics for the accusations of false comments and unprofessional behavior. None were provided.
Again, can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
If the words "none were provided" are stricken, I would support that.
But that's not the truth.
I don't, I will support it. if
Okay,
the
then we'll
words
take
"none
out
were-"
none were provided.
I'm sorry, but Umir,
Yeah.
we have to allow Carolyn to
I know.
express.
I
Yeah,
know
but
we
he
can, but
just-
what I'm
He's
saying,
He's
what I'm
saying
saying,
if, he's just saying if he wants her vote,
if she
she should twist,
adjusts
Here's
the
the
language.
adjust.
I'm asking you, add what you missed. I don't know why we're taking this much time. So if you want to take the vote and do whatever
Okay,
you
go ahead.
want to do.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, I
Just-
don't have a lot of faith in the
Fine.
process anyway, so
Fine.
do what you want to do.
That's fine.
So
That's
the
fine.
final one, are we leaving it in?
Leave it in, leave it in.
Okay,
Or take it.
none were provided.
Yeah,
Okay.
leave it in.
I'd also, can I make a comment about a request for amendment? The first 3 paragraphs, the one starting with Vice President Trunco, the one starting with Jason Trunco, and the one starting with Trustee Durblick, they all say the word interrupted related to calling for point of order. So my suggestion would be if you remove it for one, we should remove it and amend it for all of them.
Absolutely.
So that, depending upon the vote. So that would be my suggestion.
We need to understand that it's a parliamentary procedure.
now are we gonna discuss this or are we gonna vote?
Let's vote.
Vote.
And so,
Okay, because I won't say what I was gonna say. Just vote.
And just to be clear, I'm not making a suggestion to vote one way or the other, I'm just saying.
No,
that
where
if-
you definitely
yeah,
aren't.
so.
So based on the changes that Trustee Durblick has requested, Trustee Kadir, how do you vote?
as I stated, I don't agree with all the changes, so I am gonna vote no.
Trustee Durblick?
So in the future, could we separate them? Yes.
Yeah, you know what, after I thought about it, we
I mean,
probably
this
should
is
have.
just, this is a horrible.
We probably should have, because there are
explanation of
some
how
of
our
them I
board
would have
meetings run.
definitely accepted. So I agree with that
Schoenfeld?
statement.
Yes. Treasurer Patello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
You're accepting the changes? You know what? What the heck, yes.
Vice President Trump is here. President King?
No.
1, 2 noes. 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. It passes.
Thank you.
I have a question, does that include removing the word interrupted from all 3 paragraphs?
It should.
I think so.
Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to motion that we approve the minutes of the June 10th, 2024 Bylaws Committee meeting.
Second.
You weren't fast enough this time, Bucko.
Who seconded?
Roberto.
Roberto.
Any comments?
Nope.
Okay, please take the vote, Margaret.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Durblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Treasurer Patello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
President King?
Yes.
Can I just make one comment about something I read? I think, Valerie, you mentioned in the future that for the bylaws committee, you would be including more details.
So in the next bylaws committee, we have discussed having a rough draft of the suggested changes being in the packet, because that's what we're gonna be talking about. So essentially, this is the first time we will have details to share that will have been decided on by the committee.
I was gonna say, is this
But
the
no.
first that they're actually having
Okay,
things they
thank you
want
for
us to
that.
discuss?
So we've been talking about suggested changes, but this is the first time we'll be compiling them into a
Okay.
document to
Okay.
discuss.
That makes sense.
So For the record, the vote is 4 yeses, 2 noes, it passes.
Madam President, I move to approve the minutes of the June 19th, 2024 regular board meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Any questions, comments?
What was this? Should be there.
Okay, take the vote. please.
There's a minor correction. On page 8, it says trustee Kadir moved to discussion and vote. It's moved to discuss and vote.
On page 8.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
That's
I'm
just a
sorry,
typo.
where is it again?
It says, under discussion and vote on proposal to
Discussion.
approve holiday vesting,
This one, right?
trustee Kadir moved to discuss
Oh.
and vote on, not discussion and,
Mhm.
just typo.
So, right, Trustee Kadir?
Yes, with the
With the
amendment.
correction,
Yeah.
yes. And Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Treasurer Vitello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosinski?
Yes.
President King?
Yes.
4-2 passes with the correction.
Madam President, I move to approve the minutes of the June 24th, 2024 special budget meeting.
I second.
Any questions? Okay, Margaret, when you're ready.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Treasurer Vitello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosinski?
Yes.
President King?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
All right, first up for public comment is Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, Board. This is Elliot Osherman. As usual, I've given a copy of these comments to your Executive Director so she can share them with each of you, allowing you to follow along. Everybody. As usual, I am addressing my comments to the entirety of the Board. And I start with my 9 declarative statements, that I will neither be interrupted nor silenced, as will we, as will the community, that I will remember the actions of the Board and its individual members, as will we, as will the community. And I will vote on April 1, 2025, a mere 8 months away, at the next library board election, as will we, as will the community. Tonight you will be presented with a proposed budget for fiscal year 24 to 25. We will remind you of your fiscal obligation to perform your duties in a fiduciary manner. In other words, looking to take care of library assets and expenditures in a careful manner, bearing in mind the future of the library, not just the budget for the next 12 calendar months. Take into consideration the near future. Look further out than revenues and expenses between now and fiscal year end June of 2025. Make sure you are seeing the forest for the trees, not just how much you can whittle away at the current proposed budget. Warning to the Board, beware of Lucy's usual move the football routine. Charlie Brown will no longer stand for her moving the football, despite denying her attention to do exactly that. She will claim she doesn't have enough information to make an intelligent decision, then deny whatever information is provided to her. Best of luck, Board.
Thank you. Next on the list for public comment is David Carabota.
Hi, Dave Carabota. Good evening, Board. What brings me out from being self-employed, from working and taking care of my responsibilities is what's happening here before the Board. In 2021 to 2023, you operated in a budget that ranged from $5.9 million a year to $6,600,000 a year. Outrageous, but that's what it was. At that time, at the end of 2023, And with a budget of $6,600,000, you had assets at the bank and receivables totaling $16,478,000. $16,478,000. But what happened? There was an election. As a result of that election, that 6.6 last budget for 23-24, for now the year 2023 and 2024, went from $6,600,000 to $7,800,000. And I had come in and I had talked about that, an increase of $1,200,000. Ow. Now what are we doing? And your assets, I'm sure, are pretty much the same, if not even better. The market's been okay. Well, now this year, we're going from under this board, $7.8 million to a proposed $9,900,000. An increase now this year of $2,100,000. Wow. That brings me out to tell you, you gotta stop it. This has gotta end. This is not the Library of Congress. We have 54,000 residents that are serviced. About 5% to 10% have library cards, about 2% have them active. You gotta stop this. We can't afford it. What are we gonna hear? We have 2 board members that have spoken up to try to stop it. And it doesn't happen. Not only that, one gets censored over nonsense. I've handled board meetings for the last 38 years. It was nonsense. That censorship was an embarrassment to the board, an embarrassment to the township. We need to have all the facts on the table. If you can't function under $6.6 million a year, there's a problem with you. And what do we see here? We taking that money, now it's going to be $9,900,000 a year out of circulation from the economy from the Village of Niles and the Township of Maine. Money in circulation, as an economist, triples, no, it's times 5 when it goes through the economy. That $9,900,000 times 5 is what's coming out of the local economy. When it goes into government, that $9,900,000 generates 0. And that's what happens with that kind of money. You hurt the economy, you hurt the parents that are trying to feed, my kids are grown. You're hurting the parents that are trying to feed their own children with the money that they earn, saying it's for the library and it's for the children. You do nothing for the village and nothing for the township when you way overcharge them. Thank you. When you way overcharge them for the services provided. It's got to stop. Thank you.
Would anyone else in the room like to make public comment? I do have some public comments that were submitted written, or you would, I'm sorry, you've already made comment. All right, so the first public comment I have to read was submitted by Joe McCullough. More drama at the Niles Main Library, June 19th Library Board meeting, and much ado about nothing. This time, 5 of the 7 library trustees who were irritated by Trustee Derblick's questioning and exposure of poor management, wasteful spending, senseless endeavors, and incompetence decided to censure her. In reality, this is a piece of paper that states the 5 listed trustees disapprove of her actions. There are 7 vague accusations that fail to list any specific actions or statements and the date and place they may have occurred. It appears Trustee Derblick's questions and due diligence are disrupting the people who have no good answers for her inquiries, and they are accusing her of slowing the smooth flow of board meetings. She is also accused of not communicating with the board president, maybe because all board business should be transparent and at the board meetings, not by phone or email. They are also upset because she has sought legal information from the library's attorney, which is necessary to make informed decisions. This is a case where someone is accused of something, but exactly what and when and why is undisclosed, and therefore the circumstances and truth can't be determined. There is no impartial judge or jury, witnesses, or evidence presented. This is a kangaroo court creating frivolous charges in an attempt to harass, embarrass, and silence Trustee Derblick. This document was written by the law firm engaged by the library, and an attorney attended the June 19th board meeting. I would estimate the legal bill to be about $2,000. In effect, wasting $2,000 of hard-earned taxpayer dollars by 5 library trustees. This piece of paper has no legal authority and enforcement in any way, and will not limit trustee Derblick's ability to speak or seek answers needed to make the best decisions for the library, library patrons, residents, and taxpayers. This is an effort to deflect from an incompetent library board that is unable to craft an annual budget on their own, blind to the declining circulation, bloated staff, low program attendance, inefficient operation, and wasteful spending of the Niles Main Library. Trying to silence an elected official is in effect silencing the voice of the people. The next comment that I have was submitted by Kathy Toy. I find it incomprehensible that trustee Derblick keeps denying that she did nothing wrong and wants everything in writing. All you have to do is watch the previous 2 months of board meeting videos to see how you were acting and go to your sent file on your computer to find the email you sent to Executive Director Valerie Marshall. Trustee Derblick, you wrote the email. We have a FOIA copy. You do have the document. Trustee Derblick is rude and disrespectful while Trustee Kadir is explaining her censure. She is flipping through her binder of papers, not even listening or paying attention. The proof is on the video at 1.42. Trustee Derblick, you repeatedly used the phrase, "Unfortunately, these are not facts." The solid facts are right in front of you, but you continue to deny you've done anything wrong. You need to take a good hard look inside yourself and figure out why you are acting this way. Trustee Schoenfeld, by voting not to censure Trustee Derblick, your actions condone her behavior, which in my opinion is that you agree with her outrageous behavior. This is a very sad decision on your part and very concerning with your votes going forward. Trustee Schoenfeld, you are guilty by association, as my mother used to say. You are agreeing that verbally attacking another trustee is okay. You are agreeing that Trustee Derblick's insinuating email to Valerie was okay. I believe you need to reflect on your decision because it was a very bad one. Trustee Schoenfeld, your public comments were very disturbing. You continue to be confused about your fiduciary responsibilities. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the library, not the residents. I found it funny that you referred to greed and power and the agenda of the new board members. Your board 2 years ago disseminated the library. You don't think that board was greedy and power hungry. What was your personal agenda then? Once again, during public comments, Trustee Derblick is shuffling through her huge binder of paperwork. So sad. Those are all the comments that I received. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I move to approve the operating expenses. Item number 6, just want to make a note here, was amended due to a operating error. So I'm going to read the original motion. Approval of operating expenses in the amount of $854,703.19. Payroll expenses of $273,535.60. Special reserve expenses of $65,410.99 for a total monthly expense of $1,193,649.78. The error caused for there to be an amended motion, thus reading as such. Approve operating expenses of $873,602.12. I'm sorry, I'll read it over. To approve operating expenses of $878,602.12. Payroll expenses of $273,535.60. Special reserve expenses of $65,410.99 for a total monthly expense of $1,217,548.71. So if you were following, and sorry that I misspoke here, but there is a difference in operating expenses. So there was a slight increase.
I second the amended motion.
Thank you.
Any questions on the bills?
I have questions. Before we get to your questions, can I make a statement just for the public? The reason why the motion was amended, there was an error in the Excel formula that calculated the total operating expenses, which did not originally include the cost for IMRF specifically. but it was included in this amended motion.
Thank you for explaining that.
What are your questions?
I have a question regarding the actual expenses for 4th of July.
Okay.
You had presented me with the actual total amount of $1,942.52.
Mhm.
My question is, we allocated $3,000 for this particular event. I'd like to know exactly where the extra money has gone and what are we planning to do with it or what you did with it. And also, I was approached by many of the actual patrons from the actual 4th of July parade. And they were wondering why, for 125 years, the library did not actually present what I just presented last year, bringing out the carts for the actual library with books that we had that are not being in use any longer, and also having the actual winner as a patron to be in the parade. And we were wondering why they were using balloons again when you could have used something differently.
So, as you know, I did not create the budget for the marketing department. I was not here at the time the budget was created, and budgets are estimates based on what we think we might spend for an event. We do not currently have a marketing or community engagement manager, although we are in the process of hiring one. So as far as what was spent, one of the reasons the cost was reduced is because we bought t-shirts that combined the summer reading theme with the 4th of July theme, whereas in the past we bought separate t-shirts for both of those so that the t-shirts could be reused all summer instead of just for the one event. And that does account for some of the cost. As far as the other costs, we did not allocate them to anything different specifically. So again, whenever the budget is proposed, it's not an exact amount that we're going to spend exactly that amount. It's just a proposed amount that we estimate we might spend.
And it was raised last year, if I remember,
$1,000.
$1,000, which didn't necessarily mean they had to spend it.
And as far as the balloons, we got several comments from kids and families that they loved our balloons, that we stand out because we have the balloons. And we gave them out at the end of the day and kids were running around with them. They said that they love seeing us with the balloons and that's how they recognize that we're the library. So it's a very popular feature.
People stop me along the way to take pictures with us for the balloons. It's
And
very
then also,
popular.
my other question is,
Can I just interject my comment? I want to make one comment about the budget may have had another $1,000 in it, but it doesn't mean we're going to spend it. The reason we need to be clear about what our budget amount is, because we base our levy on that, and that's the money we expect the taxpayers to pay. Now, if we don't plan on using that money, then we need to do a better job of determining what the purpose of the budget is and how the money will be spent, so we're not overtaxing the residents when we don't need to.
I was not here when that budget was created.
But I'm just trying, to your comment, that it doesn't mean we're gonna spend the money, but, I mean, even this year's budget, we should be very, very concerned about how much the budget is and make sure that what we're expecting to levy and expect the taxpayers to pay is exactly what we need, not more.
I don't think anyone is doing the opposite of that.
So,
There was no one in charge, the person who's normally in charge of doing this there was no one in that position, so that was kind of a handicap for
And
this
that's
year.
the reason why budgets cannot be concretely determined. We make our best estimates based on who is giving me estimates from our department heads. Sasha is no longer here. He may have had other plans for that $3,000 that I'm unaware of
No,
because he doesn't
actually-
work here anymore.
That's really not what happened. Actually, Trunco was really impressed with the balloons, so he said he's gonna raise it another 1,000.
right, but the balloons only
So-
cost us $660.
So my point is, that's where that extra 1,000 came in. So I'm just saying the budget should be a really serious matter, not just a bunch of numbers. Because again, we're expecting the
budget is a
taxpayers
serious
to
matter.
fulfill that, you know?
And can
Everyone
I
is
make
taking
a
it
quick
as a serious
statement,
matter.
please? The fact of the matter is, we had half of the number of people marching this year. Each person that marches for the library gets a t-shirt. So you take and add 20 t-shirts to that, it doesn't raise it 1,000, but it raises it. So that in itself caused us to spend less than we would have probably spent.
Again, we need to do a better job of calculating what our budget is going to cost our taxpayers. It's our job.
That's what we're doing.
And
we're trying to figure
And
that
then my
out.
next question is, are our staff paid to participate on the 4th of July parade and at the park as well?
Yes, they are. It's work time.
And they are at other libraries as well.
All right, I just have one comment about payment of bills. I just want to note that this month's total expenses are $1.2 million, which is actually $500,000 more than last month. And what's interesting is when the advisor from Maristem was here, he joked and said that we were really below our budget unless you're like some places that spend all their money in the last month. And actually with a 1.2 total expenses, guess what we did?
That's because of summer reading.
And
Well,
not
not
$500,000.
The actual increase for the bills to that amount is because we paid for the roof project and the biblioteca project, which is the book return vending machine downstairs. We paid for them at the
And
end
how
of the
much
month.
was that?
I don't have the exact numbers.
Those
but
both
it's
come out as
those are-
special reserves, though.
Yes, they are very large amounts of money.
Okay, well, the roof was $250,000, so did we pay $250,000 for the, what did you just identify something
The
downstairs?
biblioteca machine.
So did
so-
you pay $250,000 for that?
What we were trying to do, just to make you aware and make the public aware, is we were hoping to get those two expenses into the previous fiscal year so that we could lower the budget as requested by the board without having those expenses counted into the current fiscal year. However, we spoke to the accountant, and even though we've made those payments, the auditor will consider those as prepayments because the work has not begun on either of those projects. So even though we paid that money and it was budgeted in the previous fiscal year, it will still count for the current fiscal year. So we made the payments last month, but they are going to be counted toward this fiscal year, which is why we had to remove different projects from the budget for this fiscal year that is proposed to lower it down to the 9.9 million. So that's where the heightened number of expenses come from. It comes from two things that were approved by the board last month.
Biblioteca, we put on a monthly
Yes.
basis.
You approved biblioteca, the
Oh, that was the
replacement
new-
of the
okay.
vendor.
Well, I think
conveyor
it's
belt.
important to give an explanation like this
Oh,
because,
that's fine.
again,
I appreciate your
$500,000
question.
and we did pretty much exhaust the budget. Okay, thank you for that.
Absolutely.
We're doing that?
Oh, I have a couple of questions
sorry.
about
Okay.
check.
Checks, do we do that during payment of bills, or do we do that under the treasurer's report?
Payment of bills.
Okay, I just want to verify, because sometimes
I
that,
noticed, that we have written 2 checks. And the purpose of the checks are for it is for a part-time temporary summer help position for 2 individuals.
Mhm.
And I noticed that the process is, these checks are not payroll checks, but it's a purchase order for requesting programs. And we had these 2 students fill out a form called Request for Programs. And for example, this pay period is May 24th through June 30th, and that's how we're accounting for payroll. This is not the way to pay any employee. This should be going through, I mean, HR should have a process for hiring people and paying them. But to do this through a program and charge it to a department program is incorrect. And it looks like this check is like X number of dollars times hours with no tax deduction.
I can speak to it. So for the summer help, they're not employees. They're actually acting as just contractors to the library to help with the.
These students are contractors?
Technically, yes, because.
No, it's
So
not
let her
written
speak,
anywhere in
please.
here.
Let her speak.
Yeah, so because they're temporary, like we wouldn't want to put them through our payroll because of the nature of what they're doing. And so the form that you're utilizing, I actually do agree, like it shouldn't be a request form. It's just that right now, the procedure that we have is not in place. So it's something that we do need to discuss. It's just that that is the only way that we currently process for people to process checks. So it's
This
just,
is incorrect for payroll.
I agree.
And I have
but-
another question. You claim they're temporary.
Yeah.
How do you pay a substitute? That's temporary. That's not a full-time position.
A substitute, oh, like substitute, yeah.
Okay, this is
There-
incorrect. This is not payroll.
So we've
And
actually
we really
dis-
need to reevaluate this.
We've discussed this with HR Source, and the way this has been done is that the summer help, they're getting two different stipends. They were getting a stipend for the hours that they worked in the previous fiscal year, and they're getting a stipend for the hours that they worked for this current fiscal year because they're summer help. So it goes across both fiscal years since our fiscal year starts in July. So we are paying them a stipend. Cassandra and I have discussed, and Lisi as well, have discussed changing this form to clearly state that this should be a stipend payment, but we were not able to change the form before this process was already begun to hire these stipend employees, which last year were put on payroll, but is incorrect because of the nature of their roles. They are student summer helpers. They do not come in as substitutes. Substitutes are on our payroll because they can come in throughout the year.
Okay, I don't know of any other governmental entity that hires summer help that are students and consider them to be a consultant or to get a check that's non-payroll. All summer help, high school students, college, they all get a payroll check. So I don't know why we seem to have our own process going on here.
That depends on the organization. In Florida, at the library where I
We're
work,
talking about Illinois,
I
and we have other
understand.
governmental entities that don't do this,
I
right across the
understand.
street.
but in Florida, we did pay summer workers via a stipend, and it is viable according to HR Source for us to pay them via a stipend. It is an organizational decision.
But it's when you're,
I'm very comfortable with it.
oh, you're comfortable? I thought, from what I heard,
need a
that
new
you are
form.
considering.
We need wording on
Changing
the
it.
form to change the form because the form does read as if we're paying them as programmers, which they are not. They're getting paid as summer workers.
Okay.
So I agree we need to change the form. We were not able to do that while the hiring process was going through
Yes.
because Cassandra and I were unaware that the form was incorrect until after the summer workers were hired because this is the process that was in place.
Which
So we
makes
will
sense.
update the form in the future, but paying via a stipend is appropriate.
That makes sense because this
And
is your
my
first
other
year.
question is, I think you might wanna look at these forms.
Is it a
because
question or is it
confidential-
another attack? Because it's
Be-
kind of
no.
feeling like an attack right now.
No, excuse me, can I finish? I would suggest you look at these forms because there's some confidential information on here that I don't think should be here. Like, again, it should be going through a payroll process.
So this is not a question, this is a
So
suggestion?
maybe just take a look at that and you may wanna eliminate that as well. Cause like you said, you weren't aware of this, so,
Thank you.
yeah. No, it's not an attack, President Keene. I'd like to bring issues to the different departments because there's a lot going on in this library that everyone is unaware of, and it helps for us to get better by discussing it. Everything is
I'm
not an
not saying
attack.
that part is not, but the way that you do it and the tone of your voice is aggressive.
Can I make a statement? Is this something that you could have brought to the attention of the director prior to this?
No,
Okay, fine.
but thank you for
All
bringing
right,
it
are we
up.
ready to vote then?
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Driblik?
Yes.
Trustee Schultho?
Yes.
Treasurer Patello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
President Keane?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Okay, treasurer's report, page 18.
Treasurer Battle?
Madam President, I'm ready for the financial
Thank you.
report. Beginning of, as of May 31st, 2024, we had a balance of $14,544,465. Revenue, investment income, $63,863. Fines, $49. Lost books, $1,060. Passports, $4,382. Book sales, $679. Paid to print, $359. Other came in at $150 for a subtotal of $70,542. With regard to expenditures, employee expenses with salaries at $279,279. Employee fringe benefits, $56,836. Social Security, $20,677. Unemployment, $460. Subtotal 357,252. Operating expenses, including library materials, 57,755. Library operating, 9,374. General and administration, 22,258. Vehicle operation, $103. Utilities, $7,611. Capital expenditures, $65,411. Building and equipment maintenance, $28,176. Subtotal there is $190,688. Brings us to a balance in our balance sheet as of June 30th, 2024 at $13,695,919.
Can I ask two,
Yes.
can I ask two quick questions?
Mhm.
Number one, since we don't have fines for late returns, what are the fines?
Fines come from other libraries that still implement fines in our library system
Oh,
as
got
a
it.
whole. Sometimes we have to collect them when an item is returned.
Okay, and then lost books.
If people can't find them, they have to pay money.
Right, no, understood, but if there's no fine for late, how are
We
people?
do, and most libraries that are fine-free still do charge for lost or damaged materials.
But how do you, like, if, like, let's say I checked out a book and I said, okay, I'm just returning it late, even though it's been a year.
Then they don't get charged. They can return the item, but if they completely say we've lost it, we have no way to return it. That's
And then
when
you
they
can't
get
check
charged.
anything else out until you pay the fee.
Exactly. So you wind up paying for the book so you can take things out.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. I'm like, why are you, why are people reporting things lost if we don't have fines?
Because they want to use their
Right,
card.
got it. That makes sense.
I have a question also. Is this reflecting the change in the IMRF?
No, it did not.
Okay.
Well, thank you, trustee Patello, for all that information and correcting it. I appreciate it.
Sure. So just as a side note, before we take the vote, I did submit a corrected version, and to, just repeating what you said, in that in last month's financial statement, trustee Kadir identified that there was a spelling error, so that was corrected, and I did submit the correction to Margaret. So that's where that comment came from. So thank you for the suggestion, and I hope to avoid as many mistakes as possible.
Thank you.
Ready for the vote?
There's
Just
no
real
vote.
quick-
I'm sorry.
Just a report.
Go
I
ahead.
just
Yeah, no,
noticed,
thank you.
if I can make one comment, I just noticed something. I was looking through the checks for Biblioteca. For some reason, it's not in here.
It's
Could
on
it be
impress
under
check.
someone else?
It's an impress check,
Oh, so it's not.
and you received that separately as part of the
Okay,
the board check.
I'm just looking. for
Sure.
it.
Yeah, it's an impress check, so
It
it's
should
not.
be at the back.
Valerie, I have the amount if you need it.
Perfect.
Sure, okay. So from the register report from Impress, the dollar amount for Biblioteca came in at $270,619.73.
Perfect, thank you for that.
Okay, so we are moving on to the director's report then, please.
Okay, I did not submit a written director's report, just to make the public aware, the majority of my time over the past month was spent both diligently working on the budget to get the best estimate I could to operate the library efficiently, as well as preparing for the 4 board meetings that we had in June. I do want to say that I was very proud to be part of the 4th of July parade for the Village of Niles. It was a wonderful experience. There were so many people cheering for the library. We never stopped having a line at our games table, at the park. It was really wonderful, and I'd love to do that again and again. And I do also want to make a statement, because this was talked about at one of our previous board meetings. I consulted the Open Meetings Act hotline through Rails, and there is no prohibition for trustees to make public comment as residents or as individuals, as long as they make public comment as individuals rather than trustees. So there's nothing in the Open Meetings Act that prohibits that, nor specifically in our policy that prohibits that.
Wait, can you clarify, what is that saying? If you're a
Trustees
trustee,
are allowed to make public comment as
Right.
individuals and not as trustees.
really, and where's that from?
I
The
talked to
OMA
the
hotline.
Open Meetings Act hotline.
Oh, okay, maybe we should consider PAC as well. So you can get up and talk
as an individual.
but as a trustee,
You have to say, I am making a comment as an individual and not as a trustee, but yes, there is nothing in the Open Meetings Act that prohibits that, and there's nothing in our policy that prohibits that.
but there's something in OMA that prohibits a trustee
No,
No.
there is
speaking.
nothing in the OMA that prohibits a trustee from having public comment, according to the Open Meetings
As
Act
long as you
hotline.
say you're an individual and not a
But,
trustee.
but so then there must be something written that says, as a trustee, I am unable to make a comment to public comments that are incorrectly, or whatever I want to say. So I can't do that, and that's written somewhere?
You are allowed to make public comment if you are a trustee, as long as you say you're making it as an individual.
But I would not be doing that, I would be doing it from my position as
But
a
you can't
trustee and my
do that.
experience.
You can't make a public
you're
comment as a
saying-
trustee.
But
You
you're
can only
saying
make a public
somewhere
comment as
that
an
is
individual.
written, that as a trustee, you cannot make public comments.
No, I'm saying exactly the opposite. The Open Meetings Act has nothing in it that says anything about trustees not being allowed to make public comment.
Can I make a statement? From what I understand, it's not that we can't make public comments as community members. It's that we are not supposed to respond to comments made by the public.
That is legal
Not-
advice, yes,
That's not
but that's
actually,
not in OMA.
no, and that's not the statement in some policies either. It says
Well,
generally.
that's what I understood. We had the legal advice not to.
Correct. The
That's
legal
correct.
advice is not to, but that is not in the OMA. That is the legal
Okay.
advice of the attorney.
Yeah, and that's personal though, but back to what you said. So you're saying if I sit in my seat as a trustee,
You'd have to get up and make comment as a citizen.
and
Not
so I
as a
cannot
trustee.
make comments as a trustee, as an elected official.
You would have to specifically say, I am making a comment as a citizen and not as a trustee. But
And that's written somewhere.
that is not written anywhere. The attorney who works for the OMA hotline says that there is nothing in the OMA that says trustees are prohibited from making public comment.
But who came up with this procedure then? Where's that?
There is no procedure.
That
They
decided
decide-
I have to
Can
go
we
to
move on,
the,
please?
that I have to go there.
If you read the email I sent you from the OMA hotline, that should clarify exactly what the attorney from the OMA hotline said.
I read that.
Okay.
Okay, interesting, all right.
Anything else for your report, Valerie?
Oh, yes. Thank you to all of the staff who helped with the 4th of July parade. I really appreciated it, and so did the community.
Valerie, did you want to make a statement with regards to the training that we went to? Not the training, but the breakfast?
Oh, would you like to speak to that?
Sure, yep.
So, trustee Vitello and I went to a breakfast hosted by several different chambers of commerce in the area where we were hearing about the state of business in the state of Illinois. But I invite you to speak
Sure.
to that. Thank you.
So thank you. You know, I wanted to just add that event was extremely helpful for us. We had an opportunity to listen to Michael Frederich, the state treasurer, along with another presenter for the Chamber of Commerce for Illinois. And forgive me, I cannot remember his name at this moment. But nonetheless, essentially what came out of that is that Illinois is looking to advance business environment in where business can grow, and there's opportunities for business owners to seek assistance from chambers of commerce, and that puts us in a favorable position because, in a sense, when businesses flourish in the community, there is more revenue within the community to fund our public services. So that was an extremely educational program. And along with that, we had an opportunity to network with other business owners and institutions within the community, so quite helpful. And I'd just like to add that Cassandra joined us as well, and it was a pleasure having the three of us there.
So trustee Vitello, are you saying that the Chamber of Commerce will provide services to new businesses?
Any business owner with regards to not just how to start the business, but how to register business and how to go about advancing their businesses.
Okay, so the
And-
Chamber of Commerce will educate them in being a small business owner or whatever. I see what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
thank you.
it gives me great hope because that creates opportunity for more revenue within the community.
Right, and I believe, yeah, you're right, that is their purpose, so yeah, got it. Thank you so much.
And just to share with the public and the board, we do have monthly meetings here with the Chamber of Commerce for people to attend at the library. And we also have a partnership with the Niles Chamber of Commerce for their Grow Your Home initiative for new homeowners in Niles to learn about library resources, community resources. It's a great partnership.
Thank you.
You know, can I just bring up one thing? I did ask a question at a previous board meeting.
Okay.
And I was questioning a program
Mhm.
that cost us $4,500. It was actually 2 checks. And my question was, there was no breakdown of other libraries participating in this program with us. It's for Gene Meltzer, and you were gonna look into that to see why we paid
As far as I'm
$4,500.
aware, there's no other library participating with us. Gene Meltzer, so author visits can be very expensive, and Gene Meltzer is a very well-known author. So part of the budget for the programs was allocated to hire this highly attractive author to bring more people to the library. And we're very excited to have Gene Meltzer.
Okay, it's a website program, I see.
Mhm.
For 1 hour, okay, so that is correct. Okay, well, thank you for that explanation.
For example, I've tried in previous libraries to reach out to really high-named authors such as, why am I forgetting his name right now? Dan Brown, for example, at one time was charging $25,000. So there are various tiers of costs for author events. We are, as far as sharing costs goes, we have started to promote the Illinois Libraries Present programs that
Right.
are also online. And that is a much lower cost to us with big names because we are sharing that cost with other libraries. So we are
We've done
making
Well,
that
and I
in the-
thought
we've
that's
done
what
that in the
we would
past.
do with this $4,500, and maybe it just wasn't listed, but
Not
we've
in
taken
this
that on
case.
ourselves.
Yes, we
Okay,
have.
I was
thank
gonna
you for
say,
that.
we've done that in the past, because I've listened to some of those other author programs.
Sure.
In fact, I think I'm signed up for this one, although I haven't seen it online yet for me. But I read the book just because I saw the display, and I was like, wow, where does this person come up with these ideas? This book was, I've recommended it to 3 other people. It was unbelievable.
Gene Meltzer is a phenomenal and very popular author.
I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, what? How does her brain work? It was really cool.
Did you have any other questions?
No, that was the only one that I had hanging over, thank you.
Thank you. I'm done with my report.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions or comments for Village?
Not really.
I was
Thank
happy
you
to
for
see
your
the
report.
patron in-person visits are up again this month.
We've been seeing that consistently just by visuals of especially for the summer reading program. We're getting a lot of people come in. It's amazing.
And the difference in teen programming is huge because we have another teen librarian, so it's amazing. How many?
When do we have teen programming? Is that later in the day?
Usually later in the day after school, but during the summer, we have more hours in the teen underground for different things going on. And I know that specifically on Tuesday nights when I'm here, our anime club is pretty popular.
So it's in
kids
the
really like
evenings.
that.
I don't usually see anyone in the teens area during the day, because they're just not early risers, you know what I mean?
Pretty much.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was just curious, all right, thanks.
Well, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance 2401, setting the schedule of regular board meeting dates for the 2024-25 fiscal year?
Second?
No, I need first.
You want to
needs-
push? Okay, sure.
Is there a motion?
Yeah. Madam President, I move to approve the ordinance 2401, setting the schedule of regular board meeting dates for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Second.
I'm sorry,
Should
I
I-
have to back up a second. The page before that, 43, do we need to do anything with this?
No, this
that's
is
just-
part of the
Okay.
ordinance.
Got it, thank you.
I do have a suggestion. Because we likely need to discuss at this meeting when the, public meeting discussing the budget is, I suggest that you include that as an amendment to this discussion,
Okay,
Okay,
so that you talk about the meeting you have to have after we approve the tentative budget to have the public meeting.
okay. The only thing I,
I move to amend.
Well, once we have a
Oh,
date.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
the only thing is, I'm looking at December meeting, because a lot of times the December meeting, we discuss the date to see if we should have it earlier in the month or leave it where it is. So I wanted to bring that up and make sure everybody feels that's an okay date for them. Nobody's gonna be out of town or anything.
No, but trustee Trunko, doesn't he celebrate both Christmas and Hanukkah? And I thought he brought
I have
something
no
up.
idea, he's not
Hanukkah
here.
doesn't fall on that meeting, I did check.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I did, but Passover does fall during the April meeting.
Yeah,
He didn't
Oh.
mention any, I don't know if he,
So he might wanna change the April meeting, but he's
he's
not
not
here.
here.
The
Okay.
only thing he mentioned to me, but this doesn't fall under this ordinance, is that for the following year, the board should consider potentially canceling or moving the July meeting to not interfere with also the annual golf outing for the village, but that does not fall under this
Right.
ordinance.
As long as we know ahead of time when that is.
yeah, we
It's
do. It'll
usually
be
the-
the same
the-
day as the,
It's usually
Our
the
board
third
meeting,
Wednesday
yeah.
of July.
You know, if we know about it in advance and somebody brings it up, I have no problem contemplating that situation.
I also checked the dates for Eve.
yeah.
For-
March 19th is gonna be
For you,
problematic for me. It's gonna
Okay.
be the end of Ramadan.
Okay.
So
would you like to make it before or after? After?
after is not gonna work either, because the following week is also gonna be like,
Yeah.
right at the end of Ramadan. Yeah, I would prefer to push it up a week, but if not, if that's
hard.
difficult for everyone, then,
I
Yeah.
have no problem pushing it
Then-
up because
yeah.
to be considerate of your
Well, let's
religious
encourage
holiday.
staff having to get everything done a week sooner. Sometimes that's complicated.
It can be complicated. My question would be, because we've had to do this at my previous library.
Mhm.
If we move the meeting earlier, would the board be comfortable with delaying getting statistics until the following meeting? So having 2 months of statistics to consider at the following meeting? Just because it's harder for us to compile statistics in that time frame.
I have no problem with that. I don't know
Would you-
about
are you-
anything else.
I
Would you
mean,
like us to move the meeting, or are you okay
you know,
missing a meeting as well? I don't
I'm
know.
okay missing it if it's, if there's nothing on the agenda that, is,
It's in March?
well, yeah, I'm okay missing March if there's nothing on the agenda that is, it's not a budget issue or something like
No.
that. There's no way
How
to
can
know,
we
right?
find
No,
that
you're
much
right, no,
in
because
advance?
all the big things are done by,
Right, so that's just, like, if we're not, if we're not voting on the budget, obviously, we're not voting on the budget at that time, we're not voting on the levy, we're not
Right.
voting on things of that
Right,
nature,
yeah.
then if I have to miss one meeting because I can't make it, then that's okay. I'd rather not burden everybody else with, the problem is I can't push it a week, it doesn't change things for me.
It is when it is, so.
Right, so,
But like I say, it depends on how you feel. I have
yeah, I'm
no
okay
problem
missing
adjusting.
or,
Just like if he wants his adjusted because of
yeah.
his holidays, I have no problem.
Or I can miss it, or I can come for the first
celebrations
hour,
on Saturday.
probably hour-ish at that point, and then leave early or something like that. I can figure it out.
Okay, so you're okay leaving it?
Yeah, I'm okay leaving it, it's fine.
That's cool.
December is fine with me.
December is okay with me, I just wanted to make sure because that's usually a
Yeah.
questionable one.
All right,
And
so,
then what date would everyone like to add for this special meeting?
Well, I'm gonna
Doesn't it
request that
depend?
the April,
That has to
the
be-
April one be moved for Passover. That one, because it's smack in the middle of Passover is my understanding, my request would be to move that to the 23rd, because that's just, yeah, it's the fourth Wednesday, but it's still kind of within, pretty close to our
Yeah,
general.
for
So
one Wednesday later.
Yeah,
is in
that'll
the
give you
end.
extra time anyway, so I would
Later
think
is
that would be
easier.
appropriate. Right, exactly.
Checks being mailed.
This is the April meeting?
As long
Yeah.
as we can inform them that it's gonna be later, it's not a problem.
Yeah, so I think the April meeting should be
I'm
moved to the
asking you
23rd.
to.
23rd or the 24th? I thought you said the 24th.
No, 16, a week later.
So it's the
Also Wednesday.
23rd.
Yeah, 23rd.
Okay, because I thought you said the 24th, that's why I questioned it. Okay,
Yeah,
no
no worries.
problem.
Okay, meeting for the budget hearing, is that what we're
Yes.
discussing
A
in
special
August?
meeting for the, yes.
Well, isn't that determined by when we pass
Approve.
Yeah.
or approve?
My recommendation is to have that meeting before the August 21st meeting, if possible.
The same day?
I've heard in the past that you
We
have had
have.
it the same day.
We have, that's why I said the same day.
Pardon?
That's a cool ringtone.
No, I need, sorry, I need to lower it. So I'm sorry, I was just gonna ask you a question
Shouldn't
about,
we pass the budget first and then discuss?
don't we,
what we're
isn't
gonna
it 30 days after we approve the budget that you have to have this, public,
Yes,
town hall?
yes.
So
But
are we
30 days
approving the
from
budget
date would
today,
be
is
the
that?
next meeting?
The goal is to approve the budget today, as far as I understand. It's not mandatory, so we could hold this off until later, but my concern is that I would either have to call for a consensus to see about a date after this, or
Oh, no,
We
I'm
can
not
always
asking
cancel it,
that.
right?
Yeah.
If we
Yeah,
schedule
why
it
don't
and
we
aren't ready,
cancel
we
it?
can
Why
cancel
don't we
it.
tentatively put it in, and then, if it doesn't pass today, we can adjust it.
that would be my suggestion.
Okay. I
Okay.
have no
Okay,
problem
so
with that.
30 days from today is
Within
whatever
30
date
days.
is what you picked, the date you picked.
Oh, it doesn't have to be exactly 30 days, it has to be within 30 days.
So that date you're picking,
I always thought it
It was
was
30
30
plus.
plus.
Yeah, I thought it was 30
Yeah.
plus, not
Is it
30.
yeah, we got, we gotta look at KT.
It is?
It's prior to 30 days, right?
It's prior?
I don't think so.
It has to be on display for 30 days.
Yeah, so
Okay.
therefore, it
Okay.
had, the meeting
So
is,
it would
the
be
hearing is
30
at
plus.
30 plus.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is one of the, I have not worked at a district library before, so I have not gone through this process, my apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
So
30
it has to
plus.
be at least 30 days.
Yeah, because
After we
it has
approve
to
the
be
budget.
on
Okay,
display.
according to KTJ's appropriation and levy timetable, we need to hold, it says, post tentative budget and appropriations, July 15th through August 25th.
Well, that's a recommendation, so it's not
Okay,
required, but
my point is then, public notice is, for the budget and appropriation must be at least 30 days before the public hearing.
Mhm.
So you plan on maybe, like he said, doing it today?
if it gets approved today, then we would do at least like a minimum of 30 days after today.
Okay, but there are statutory deadlines, so you have to
Yes.
have the notice done by the 25th of August, and you have to post the budget by the 25th of August.
Mhm.
So then our public hearing, according to this,
Must be by September 24th.
no later than the fourth Tuesday of September.
See,
So
the
we
way-
do have some time.
The way I understood it
Mhm.
from the past
Yeah.
is we had to make sure it was put in the paper.
Yep.
30 days. So if we could get it put in, but the likelihood of us getting it in today, well,
No, but it has to be in by Friday, right?
by Friday, okay. So it's 30 days past
From
Friday.
Monday,
Mhm.
no, from
Or
It
Monday.
would be in
Monday,
next week's
whenever-
paper on
When-
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Okay, so
Yeah.
right.
I guess I retract my recommendation to vote on a date right now. We can vote on a date
It sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
that's
Do
not,
it other, maybe?
via email or.
whatever, we don't
I can get a
usually,
consensus.
yeah, or even after
We can just do it right after we vote on the
Yeah,
budget.
after we
Potentially.
vote,
Two line
then-
items, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is not the end of the world.
As far
Okay.
as the Passover date, Vice President Trump was saying it does, either way, he's not asking for it to be moved for Passover, but he would like the December meeting moved up a week.
Okay,
But
so
I'm fine with how it is, so I don't know how many people want it moved, if anyone
I
else.
personally,
I don't care either way on December, I'm fine.
yeah,
Whatever's
I'm
easiest
fine,
for-
whatever.
Whatever's easiest for staff, it's easier for staff
No,
to,
it's year end, I don't know, does that
That-
hurt you?
that,
It's not our fiscal year end, but it's the
Okay.
same question of if statistics need to be delayed.
Exactly.
yeah,
That's if the board is not concerned about that, then we would have 2 months of statistics to review in January. And potentially some of the highlights, like the highlights might be smaller, just given the amount of time we have to finish those.
Yeah, and pushing it up a week would be December 11th, so that's kind of,
That's
but,
kind of early.
so schools are gonna be off, are not gonna be off that week. So
Yeah.
most people, I assume, would not start their vacations until December 20th at least,
Well,
because
and
that would be the Friday.
The biggest challenge for us, honestly, with financials is because we engage Sickich. Lisi has to have her financials done by a certain time, which is usually during the first week
Mhm.
of the month, and then we send it to Sickich, and they take 3 to 5 days to do their processing.
Yeah,
And then it would be hard for me to get it to the
Yes.
board in advance of the board meeting for study.
Mhm.
So
Right,
that's
understood.
the
Okay.
biggest challenge.
So then I guess we would leave it.
we leave it.
If,
Is it-
yeah,
Or
unless
whatever.
anybody else wants to change it, why don't we leave it?
All right, so let's
All right.
vote on it as is then.
Yes.
as
And we're
is,
not
including the-
changing the April
We're not
meeting.
changing April?
Not changing
No.
anything,
Okay.
no changes.
We're not changing April?
No,
No.
no, leaving it.
No, it's
He
all-
said it wasn't necessary for
Okay.
him.
Got it, we all set? Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Treasurer Vitello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
And President Keith?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
I'd like to motion that we move up, let me get back to where we are, to remove the facility services supervisor position from the non-union salary schedule.
I think we skipped one.
Yeah,
we
Did I
did.
skip
There was a
one?
B.
I apologize,
A
yes.
discussion.
Okay, so this is not a motion, this is just discussion about the public participation and comment board, which is policy 3.27, right?
Did anything change? Did we propose any changes?
No, but I
This
think
is-
Valerie wanted to speak to it, or had a
Okay.
question about it.
Okay.
Yes. So recently, I have gotten a couple of complaints saying that specifically comments that have been physically handed in at the library did not reach me in time to be read at the board meeting that they were intended for. Our policy does not indicate anything about physically handed in comments. And when I get these complaints, I have no timestamp to be able to say whether or not the error was on the fault of the person trying to deliver the comments, or whether it was on the part of staff not getting me the comment in time, which is why I think it's important that the policy states that comments are either emailed in or made in person, because if they're emailed in, we have a timestamp and a way to track them for accountability purposes. And in one case, a complaint I got recently was that something was handed in, but we actually have an envelope that shows it was mailed in. And so there was some confusion on the part of the complainer, although I apologize, I should not be talking about that because that was a different item that was not a public comment. But just in general, just highlighting that this policy does not have any indication of handed in comments, and it's for accountability purposes on my part, because I don't want staff to feel like they're not getting me information on time when we have no way of tracking whether or not it was turned in.
So are you
according to
recommending a
policy.
procedure to do that? or-
I'm recommending that we follow our current policy, but that would mean, and I just want the board's opinion on this, that we no longer accept handed in comments for the reasons that I've stated, because there's no way to have accountability.
I agree.
Otherwise, we would need to update this policy.
Yeah, and have some kind of a timestamp or whatever at the, wherever they decide to hand it in.
Treasurer Patello?
Yes, I wanted to just make a suggestion, Valerie. With regards to my idea of, I wouldn't want anyone to feel that they're being restricted in terms of being able to provide comments.
Absolutely.
And I'm thinking maybe we can do a workaround in such that leaving envelopes that have a barcode, just like we have the barcodes for the books, so that it would be coded as a comment, and someone could stuff the envelope with their comment and through the book return, and that would be tracked with the UPC code at time stamped, it would be on the book return and possibly be processed in some kind of way there. I know if someone does it overnight, there will be nobody there, but the timestamp is there.
I see challenges with that as far as getting that into our system in general. What I have instructed staff to do is to date stamp when they have received these handed in comments before they go into the administrative mailbox, which is downstairs. I think we should make it clear then in the policy that we are accepting these as well. But I think it's important to also emphasize that the reason why we ask for 24 hours, for comments to be submitted 24 hours in advance is to ensure they can get to me in time to be read during the meeting.
Definitely, definitely. It's just, yeah, how do you ensure that? Like you say, if they hand them at the desk, if they're not timestamped,
Should they bring them somewhere specifically?
They've been handing them to staff at the front desk.
Is that sufficient? Should
That's
it be-
sufficient. Because they have not been date stamped, I
Mhm.
don't know if they've been coming in within the 24 hours notice. Staff is reporting that they have not been coming in with 24 hours
Okay.
notice, but we have no way to track that at this time. So
Okay.
I just made the directive to staff to start
Now
date
we'll
stamping
date
them.
stamp them, and they have to be in, and isn't it like 24 hours means by 6 o'clock, then, what is our meeting? 7 o'clock
yes,
the night before,
the night
that
before.
kind of thing?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
So the complaints you're getting are that the comments are not being read at the appropriate time?
Yes, or that I am not receiving my mail within a timely manner, but that is not my understanding from speaking to my staff. So now we're trying to date stamp things.
So
But
someone
I-
is, okay.
I also just wanted to emphasize that the policy does say with 24 hours advance notice.
Well, there's only one person who's hand delivering comments, so we know who the complainer is.
I'm not trying to,
I am. Joe McCool is.
well, you know what? If possible, to protect their own situation, they should try and email it so that, like you say, it has a timestamp.
I'm just trying to protect my staff and
Right.
their accountability.
Yes. And I can understand why.
I do agree with Roberto, though, that we don't want to limit access to how people turn things in.
I completely agree,
Yeah.
but I do think then
We
that
don't
we need
want-
to
yeah.
include that in the policy so that it's clear as well.
Then, yes.
So just out of curiosity, I know Rich is extremely skilled at what he does. I cannot imagine that there would be a way to barcode an envelope with miscellaneous or such, so that there is a timestamp on there.
I don't want to require people to use those envelopes either, because some people use different methods to submit their comments, and different types of paper, things like that. And also, it would be an additional burden to my staff to track that, which I don't
Yeah,
think is
because they would have
necessary.
to make sure they scan it.
No, the book
No.
return. The book
And the book
return is a
return.
self-service, and we're paying a new system, if I understand correctly, with Biblioteca,
Right.
where they can, I would imagine,
Incorporate the actual
Yes.
barcode where it just scans the actual date
But you know what,
and the
Yes.
time.
to Director Marshall's comment, to put an envelope in with all those books, the chances of it getting lost in a book,
Exactly.
it may make it even worse for them to try to track or
I
locate.
agree with that.
The idea is great, but to put an envelope in with all those books could be
Because
Well,
you
let me-
put it in a separate location of the drop-off books, where you have that actual drop-off, but you just put the letters inside, but not the books.
That's a whole.
We would have to create a whole nother
A
wall
whole
on the wall
nother
and things.
thing.
I think
Yeah.
that's too burdensome
What
to
about-
staff.
Whatever things come in for you for comments are put in the administrative mailbox, and you check it the day before, and if it's not there,
That is what we do.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
just, because.
and then the public needs to understand that if it's not there, it's not going to get read at that meeting.
We're gonna start date stamping them
I agree.
to make sure, so that we have those records. But that's why I wanted to discuss this, so that the public knows we are taking this seriously and addressing it.
Thank you.
And it protects your staff.
Do you feel better about that then?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Now
Sorry, I skipped
we
it, yeah.
finished B.
Next is the fun stuff.
Okay, so I would like to motion to remove the facility services supervisor position from the non-union salary schedule.
I second.
Valerie, do you want to just give a quick?
Yes. So at the May 15th, 2024 board meeting, I included facility services supervisor on the non-union salary schedule in error. The position, despite having the title of supervisor, was benchmarked as a coordinator level position due to the level of work to be performed according to the job description submitted. According to the union, since this position is not administrative and does coordinator level work, it would be considered a union position. The last time the board discussed this, I was asked to inquire our attorney Lisa as to whether she agrees with this, and we did, Cassandra and I inquired to her, and she agrees that this would be a coordinator level position the way the job description was written. So despite the title of supervisor, it would be a union position and should be therefore removed from the non-union salary schedule.
Can I just ask, sorry, one question? Is this a newly written facilities supervisor, services supervisor position? Is this a new job description? And now the way it's been written, it is considered a coordinator and not the supervisor? Is that why we're doing this?
So yes, it was adjusted when we were talking to Rich about the needs of his department
Okay.
originally. And then, since the last discussion we've had with Rich, which was in closed session, we updated the job description for what he needs, which
Sure.
is an assistant department head position. But
Okay.
that was not put on the non-union salary schedule, so that's why that's not
Okay,
listed on
so,
here.
so my only concern is, we have, the library has had a facility services supervisor position for years.
Yes.
But I believe those responsibilities are different than what you have now created.
Yes.
So what I'm wondering is, and I know with the union positions, we never remove job descriptions, they stay forever,
Mhm.
and whether we use them or not. So I'm wondering, will we maintain the facility services supervisor that we used to have,
Mhm.
but this newly created one is going to have a new name?
We will not maintain that because as was voted on, when we discussed Rich's position, once we hire an assistant facilities supervisor department head, Rich will now inherit the title of, or a new title of IT and facilities services supervisor, so
Right.
that is the new title. If we retain facility services supervisor, it's redundant because of his new title.
Is it redundant, or is it a completely different position that we may consider doing something in the future? I mean, so we're going to decide to just eradicate non-union job descriptions, but we must maintain union job descriptions. I'm just saying, when you look at the library, I don't see why we would get rid of it, because we never know what'll come up in the future.
So, but just to clarify, what I'm requesting is not taking the job description out of the library, just taking it off of the salary schedule.
Okay, and that is the new one that you just created.
Yes.
For
So
non-union
what is it
positions.
going to be called? Is this person gonna be called a facility services supervisor?
The reason why I want to remove it from the current iteration of the non-union salary schedule is because it was not benchmarked. The way it was written at a coordinator level position, it was not benchmarked at the level of
I
a
understand.
supervisor.
I
And
understand.
so it needs to be removed from where it is on the salary schedule.
Mhm.
And I do not want to add it to the supervisor portion of that salary schedule because we already have Rich's new title on that.
I
And
understand.
it would be redundant at that point.
Should we be calling this person a supervisor if in fact they're a coordinator?
We're not going to be hiring this position whatsoever. This position at the moment will not be hired because we're going to be hiring an assistant department head for facilities. And Rich will then have the title of IT and facility services supervisor. So this position at the time with our current staffing levels or proposed staffing levels will not exist. And if we ever need to bring it back, we could bring it back in a future version of the non-union salary schedule benchmarked at the appropriate level.
Okay, and so just so I'm clear, so this new position, which is a coordinator that's gonna work under Rich,
Will not exist. This position will not exist.
well, this one won't, but what are we gonna call the person we're hiring that will be working under Rich?
Assistant supervisor.
Assistant supervisor,
Okay, got
and
it.
that's
All
under
right,
the
that's
VP.
okay, that makes sense,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you for all that.
Sure.
Okay, Margaret, when you're ready.
Trustee Kadir,
Yes.
trustee Derblick,
Yes,
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
treasurer Patello,
Yes.
secretary Rosansky,
Yes.
President Key.
Yes.
6-0 passes.
I move to discuss and take action on the proposed tentative budget and appropriations for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Second. Okay, fire away, whoever's ready.
So from a discussion perspective, I assume everybody has read the narrative and we don't need to go through it line by line unless somebody has specific questions? Is that accurate? Or-
I would like to make a comment.
Okay.
At the end of my narrative, I did make a recommendation that the board still consider the originally proposed $10.377 million budget from draft one. The reason why I made that recommendation is because the accountant and the financial advisor of the library recommended keeping the salaries as originally proposed in the budget, not because we expect to spend that money, but in order to better inform the levy process for what the budget will look like once we have the proposed 19 new positions for an entire year. And so as to not be such a great shock to the public in next year's discussions about the budget for the same reason. I do think that if the board chooses to go with the draft 2 of the budget, the 9.9 million, we will still be able to operate reasonably. The numbers for the salaries were adjusted by our accountant and agreed upon by our financial advisor as what we expect to spend, given the anticipated hiring schedule that Cassandra and I worked on. So that is a more accurate idea of what we anticipate to spend in the next fiscal year. But for planning purposes further out than the 1 year, both financial advisors suggest we keep the draft 1 of the salaries budget. Additionally, there are $72,000 worth of special reserve projects that were removed from this budget that we would be able to complete with the anticipated revenue that we expect to get this fiscal year, as well as because they're special reserves, we already have that money in the bank.
okay.
And so we would like to be able to spend that down and complete all of the projects we would like to do this fiscal year, which is one of the reasons why the budget is a bit higher this year. A lot of the special reserve projects were delayed for several years for various reasons. And they are possible for us to complete this fiscal year, given the amount that we have in special reserves that do not cost the taxpayers additional funds, because we already have them in the bank. So, the recommendation again was to go back to the 10.377 million. However, we are able to operate comfortably at the 9.9 million proposed. And I would also offer that the board potentially consider, if you don't want to go back to the 10.3 million, at least adding back in the $72,000 for the special reserves projects that were removed to get down to the 9.9 million.
My thoughts on that is, while I understand the recommendation of the accountants to, future shock, I think the budget, I think as Trustee Derblick and others have mentioned, should be an accurate reflection of what we actually anticipate spending. So I don't like the idea that we're going to add stuff into the budget that we don't anticipate actually spending. That's what the appropriations are for. The appropriations are double the amount. because if stuff comes up and stuff changes, that we know that we have some flex. But the budget should reflect what we actually anticipate
But aren't-
spending.
Isn't that what you are anticipate? If you have the money, you will be spending it. It's not
No,
money that
she
you're.
doesn't
No.
anticipate spending it.
I missed
because-
it, what you said, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
What I understand
Mhm.
is you want to spend down special reserves.
Yes.
So in order to do that, you're suggesting or asking if we're willing to go up 72,000?
Yes, that's one of them, and just to fill in President Keene, what I mentioned is that at the end of my narrative, I recommended, the board consider draft one of the budget at 10.377 million, simply because that was the recommendation of the financial advisor and the accountant. Not for the fact that we anticipate spending that this fiscal year, but because it would help with planning and the levy for future years, because if we hire 19 new positions, that's what we would have spent on them if they were hired
the full
right
year.
at the beginning of July. I do think we would comfortably be able to operate at the $9.9 million proposed. So this is just a difference of accounting philosophy, based on my conversations with the two advisors. So either way would be comfortable as far as operations. My one recommendation would be to add back in $72,000 to fund all of the special reserve projects proposed by Rich, because we do have the funds in special reserves to do that. That is not additional burden on the taxpayers and would help us spend down those monies so that next year we don't have as many special reserve projects we would need to focus on.
So that would bring the budget to 9.972.
Yes.
So I'll jump in. I apologize for being a little later than I thought I would be. But I listened on the way over here, plus I've had conversations and reviewed everything, just so everybody knows that I'm up to speed. I know, Valerie, that you were talking about, going over to the 10.3, but I also want to make sure that everybody's aware. This year, we recouped the levy, which we brought, and I don't know if we fully talked about it before this. So we recouped from the levy from the prior year, so we have additional funds coming in this year. Next year, we won't have those additional funds coming back in, so at some point, that budget number is gonna have to come back down. However, when that budget number comes back down, the salary number is gonna continue to go up, which is gonna push us over that 70%. So we either have to make a decision, and I think it's a really tough decision, because if we hire 19 new staff members right now, we have to allocate for their raises and everything that comes along with that next year. And we're gonna put, right now, where it's, I believe you said when we had a conversation earlier today, Valerie, 67% of the budget. So at 67% of the budget, we're gonna way shoot past that 70% next year. And I don't wanna sit here and be like, now we have 73% of our budgets being used on staff salaries and different things of that nature, and now we're gonna be in a situation where we don't have additional funds to do things in the library that we want to do. So, as far as my thoughts are, if we can make the 9.9 work, that's great, and if that means that we even maybe not hire 19 and we have to hire 15 or 16 positions, then I think that's the way we go, because if we're gonna be looking at next year, we're probably gonna have to be coming down, probably $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 on the budget, and if we have that much staff, how do we justify being at 74, 75% at that point? We can't, because we're supposed to be at 70. So, and we're not gonna have the money to increase the budget unless we're gonna raise the tax levy and burden the taxpayers more. And I'll sit here right now and say I'm not raising the levy next year. We're proving that we can fund the library just how it is, so there's no reason to fund the levy right now, raise the levy next year.
There is an important distinction to make for both the board and the public, that the operating budget, which does include salaries, is proposed at 7.551 million. And it goes up to 9.9 because of special reserve projects, which if they're completed this year, will not affect the budget for next year.
Yes, which is
So
huge.
that is something to take into consideration when you're thinking about this. Also, just to be clear about the estimates of salaries, it does also include potential and expected, based on the union contract, increases for the staff
For this year,
for this year.
correct, but
Yes.
that would be for next year then, and 19 additional staff members. Let's even say out of those 19, 15 of those are union positions, because I know there's some administrative positions as well. But that's 15 more salaries that are in here,
Mhm.
but now 15 more raises that we have to account for next year as well.
Absolutely.
And I understand what you're saying with the 9.7, we had that conversation again today, we're on the same page with that. But there comes a point that the property taxes may not be there, and if we're not raising the levy, and we're not recouping other taxes back in, we're gonna leave ourselves short next year, and that means we're just gonna have to take from our operating bank accounts and pull it forward. So I'm comfortable at the 9.9, like I've said all along, and if that means we have to cut 2 or 3 positions this year, so we have to cut 2 or 3 positions. We can't-
9.9 doesn't cut any of the proposed positions, just to be clear.
Okay.
They all fit into the 9.9.
Okay.
The one recommendation I'm making is potentially adding $72,000 back to the budget so that all of the proposed special reserve projects that Rich submitted can be completed this fiscal year, since we do have the money in special
And
reserves.
since some of them have been delayed for a few years, this way we get everything done.
So if
Well,
it would get us
when you
at
say everything-
9.972,314.
When you say everything's done, Patty, are we gonna be caught up with everything that we've put off for the last 3 or 4 years?
Well,
That's
one,
a
the
question
rest
for Rich, we
yeah.
can bring him into the conversation.
please,
Mind joining
Yes
us,
or
Rich?
no?
that's the way I understood it.
You have to change your hat now.
Yeah, well,
Thank
just
you.
add another one on.
Your name should be Bartholomew Cubbins.
Okay, what was the question?
The questions, the comment made was that we were gonna have everything would be caught up from the last couple of years if we put that extra $72,000 in or $77,000 in.
It's 72.
72. Would that make up for the neglect to the library for the last 3 to 4 years that was done, and we would be fully caught up with everything, or how much would we still be missing?
So what we removed of the 72 were things such as the memorial benches, paver repair, some steel doors, and painting the digital sign. So I won't comment beyond that.
They were removed?
Yes, that's what constitutes the 72,000.
So out of that 70,
Oh, I see what you're saying, you want to add them back, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because
Thank
we
you.
have 1.3 million, 1,364,385 out of building special reserve, so it's quite a large sum. But a lot of that obviously is coming for the entirety of the roof, because we're not able, as Director Marshall had indicated, to bring it out from this year, even though we issued the check to start the project.
got it.
So you have to remember that out of that 1.3, say 1.3 and a half, we have 555,000 put in the budget for just the roof alone.
Okay.
So it includes the 492 that's the agreed and the winning bid, but there might be overage.
Of course.
So we have that built in. We have the capital needs assessment. We put in major things. Did we include that? Not in communications, but the updated MEP report.
I sent it to the board via email today, and we'll include it in communications at the next board meeting.
Right, so every 5 years, we have a facility conditions report, like the site building envelope, that gets updated, as well as the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection. And based on those, which just came in, we put into this budget those projects that were identified in there. So one of the things that we pushed off is we're not gonna be doing the entirety of the parking lot. We have about maybe, I believe we put in for parking lot, sites and ground, we put
So what-
$30,000.
What actually is going to be done for the parking lot?
Spot repairs on the parking lot and not the whole resurfacing.
Well, I'm thinking
Some of those are needed, like the
Yeah.
larger ones, but obviously there's dips where the front of cars go and if they drive into a spot. So we'll address the ones that are material, but not the ones that, as an overall project.
Rich, why do we have an overage allowance for the roof? I mean, I know from a budgeting perspective that makes sense, but shouldn't we expect our contractor to stick his
No.
bid? I mean,
No.
Sure, so the
That's my
contractor will
understanding.
stick to the bid, but if it's beyond the amount of squares that were projected as you were, if we go into like the weeds, right, it was 12 squares, and which is an estimate of how many square feet needs to be
Right,
done. And if they start looking into the roof and it's beyond what the thermal scan reported, there's a price sheet of what additional squares will cost or partial stuff, and that's what the overage would be. And that's why we have the roof engineers to make sure that the contractor does not overestimate, those overages. So, yeah.
And going back to the parking lot, just
Yeah.
so the public and the board is aware, we are not repairing the full parking lot at the recommendation of
Yes.
a contractor that we
Yeah,
use.
they said 1 to 3 years we can continue repairing the parking lot without incurring where we just lose money if we're sinking a lot of money into it while we should be replacing it. So they said another 1 to 3 years of minor repairs should get us through.
What is, and maybe you don't have this information, or maybe it's not, we don't know, but what do you think the estimate of fixing the whole parking lot will be?
$400,000 is in the report
Okay,
as of today's money.
and it's today's money.
Yeah, so, I mean, in the narrative, and I'm not gonna go through it, but there's a extensive list of all the projects that are included.
Yeah.
And so, it's a lot of projects. Some we're hoping to have the ability to, combine and get done. I'm hoping that we can start at least on the project downstairs with reorganization of the study rooms, and we're going to be going for less amount of computers downstairs based on statistics and usage needs, increasing the makerspace. But that's a big project. We have to get the architect involved. The board needs to be involved as well, from looking at the plans and seeing to approve it. We have to go to bid for that. It's a big project, and hopefully we can get it started. At the same time, we also have the roof to complete. On the IT side, we're replacing all the computers. It's been many years that we've been keeping the existing fleet operational, but we're coming up to a hard deadline based on the expiration of Windows 10, and our hardware doesn't support.
I remember we
Back
approved
to
that.
Sure, yes.
Hey, Rich,
Right.
can I throw
I
a
was
question at
gonna
you?
say, as in the past though, for computers, can we not use per capita grants? Or
So we
if
don't,
not all of it, part of it?
I've removed the per capita grant line item for
I
expenses
understand
from the
that,
budget.
I read that.
So we can use that funding, but it still has to be part of the budget. Everything's.
I
still has to be
understand.
put in the
Okay.
budget.
Hey, Valerie,
Yeah.
a question for you. So the way the budget itself, not the narrative, but the budget itself is written,
Yes.
the special reserves are really broad, right? So adding this 72,000 is an estimate. Now, this stuff may cost 72, or maybe all of the things that Rich asked for will cost 100 less or 100 more. We don't really know, because you gotta actually bid them out and do them and so on and so forth. So there's nothing that let's say we approve 9.9 instead of 9.972. There's nothing that's stopping Rich from going and still completing these projects if the money is there.
Correct, but for planning purposes, for the purpose of him getting started on the projects, if we know that we have the money we estimate to be spent on them, it is a more comfortable position for us as staff and as the director to feel like we can move forward with those projects, as opposed to waiting to closer to the end of the fiscal year to decide whether or not we can do them. That's one of the problems we ran into with the roof and with Biblioteca for this fiscal year.
Okay.
They were only approved last month, and therefore, even though we have the funds and they were budgeted for in the previous fiscal year, because
couldn't get
the
them done
work
in time.
has not started,
Right.
they are now affecting the budget for this fiscal year. So that's why we're asking for these estimates to be approved. Every single thing in a working budget is an estimate. Now, they are well-educated estimates because we've talked to contractors, we have past budgets to compare to, we have 2 advisors at this point, looking at the budget and at different scopes. So we have been very thoughtful in our estimates, absolutely, but if we don't have that extra funds approved, yes, we could move forward with those projects later, but we can't plan to get them done, that's the
Right,
difference.
okay.
But we also just heard from Rich saying that we have some really big stuff going on right now. So maybe if worst comes to worst, we do not put the $72,000 in, so that that's something for next year then, instead of this year. We have a lot on our plate with the roof and everything else right now.
We do. I did ask Rich when I talked to him whether or not he thought all of the projects he proposed could be done this fiscal year, and he said yes, before we put them in the original budget. So even with $72,000 worth of projects, he did think could be done this fiscal year.
And that's fine, and I don't have a doubt that Rich could figure out a way to do it, because if anybody can, it's Rich.
Well, reasonably. I did ask him reasonably if they
Well,
could be done.
But at the same token, we do have a lot of projects.
Mhm.
We have a ton of money and a ton of projects going on. So, I mean,
It's like you said, they've been neglected for a few years, so there's
Yeah.
a lot to catch up on.
they have been, but the more we drain out of special reserves, we do have to we have to fund that special reserves again at some point as well. And where do we fund that from?
On the other side of the coin, the more we delay these projects with
The more
inflation,
they'll cost.
the more they'll cost, and the more they add up for future years, which inflates our budget unnecessarily for future years, especially if the levy's not gonna be going up. This is the year, in my opinion, that we should be spending the money since we've collected it from the taxpayers and we have it. And we have our expert saying that he can get these things done this fiscal year.
Well, there's no decision on the levy yet. I mean, we know that some, we're
Yeah.
all over the board, I think all of us, and the 7 of us are not decided. We're all on different paths for
Of
that, so
course.
that's a discussion for a different day, but.
But that's why I'm recommending, given the state of our current finances and the fact that even with the $9.9 million proposed budget, we are only estimated to spend $131,000 out of reserves, which is not really anything out of the over 2 million that we have at the moment. So we do have more money in special reserves to spend. Also, as a reminder, the estimates of revenues are conservative. And so we are likely to get more revenues than are listed in this proposed budget, which means we're likely to not necessarily even spend money out of reserves with the 9.9 million at all, which is one of the concerns from the public that I understand, that we haven't been spending down funds. And if we have reasonable projects that Rich can outline for us to spend the money on, it shows that we are being fiscally responsible with the funds that we have collected from the taxpayers. That's my recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some other big projects. We just heard $400,000 for a parking lot. So we have more big projects coming up behind us, and, we're looking at at some point, we do need to look at a remodel of the library and things of that nature. So I think we have things that money's gonna go for. And I get things have been neglected for a long time, but it's easier to tear something down than it is to build it back up. And unfortunately, those 2 years, it got torn down pretty bad. And now we're trying to build it all back up, but we can't, Rome wasn't built in a day, and we're not gonna be able to build the library back up to where it was, and improve it on top of that all in a day, or
No,
in
we're
1 year.
not.
We're not, so it's, I know it sounds silly, because it's $72,000, and we have money behind us, but it's still another $72,000, it's still more projects, and we're gonna have some money left over in this budget, because we're not gonna hire all 19 positions right away. We're gonna have money in different areas that things could come under and over.
This budget takes into account a hiring schedule for those positions not all coming in at the beginning. That was one of the biggest reductions to the budget.
Okay,
To
but
get to the 9.9.
that's if that all plans out perfectly. It also means if nobody else goes and finds another job, it's like, if nobody else is separated from. So there's a lot of moving parts in a working budget. I mean, I totally understand that. But I mean.
It's just a matter of whether or not the board wants to let us plan to complete these projects that we do have the funds and the means to complete, or whether or not we're gonna delay them again and again and again while other projects continue to come up, such as the $400,000 parking lot project eventually, which is also a burden to staff, because if we can plan to fix these things this year, that we have the means to do while we don't have to do things like the parking lot, then we don't have to anticipate this list continuing to get longer and longer and longer.
Well, and while you say it's a burden to staff, that's one aspect of it, right? But the more and the faster we spend this money down, we're eventually gonna have to go to the taxpayers for more money and raise levies and things of that nature. So it becomes a burden to taxpayers too. So while the staff is one way to look at it, the community is another, and that's, again, we've gone through this, fiscally responsible and making sure that we're doing the right thing. That's our job. And if we're just gonna say, it's $72,000 here, it's $20,000 here, that's not fiscally responsible. There comes a point where enough is enough on a budget, and we came up, I stand by what I said last time, at 9.9, that's where I'm enough with the budget. And it's just, we can't, next year when we have to go, I'll say it again, next year we have to go backwards. And we're gonna have to go back a little bit, and we're gonna need to spend some of that money to cover, to make sure that we're not over that 70%. And we're gonna have to spend money on staff salaries and things like that, and being able to run the library, or we're not gonna be able to do things with the library.
So to make two clarifications, the projects we're talking about would come out of special reserves, which cannot be spent on salaries legally.
I understand.
And secondly, my apologies, I lost my train of thought. Special reserves, I have a point here. Special reserves, it's our responsibility, which we don't have right now, and we're gonna be working on this year, to have a clear plan for how to spend those monies down. And these projects would be part of that plan while we're working on a capital improvement plan for the future, and would remove those projects from a potential future capital improvement plan, which has a longer idea for what our tax responsibilities would be to the public. So, but I think we've gone
I'm
back and forth
comfortable
enough,
with your,
so.
I feel very comfortable with what you said in your planning and your thinking and how the monies are coming in and being spent, and I'm comfortable going with the 10.3.
My thing is, in the past, even though some people think in the way past, we were just spending money like crazy, we didn't, very seldom, and you can check the record, did we ever even raise the levy? Usually, if anything, we leveled it or lowered it, mostly lowered it. So to automatically assume we're gonna have to raise the levy in the future isn't is unrealistic, because if it's not necessarily the case.
Can
But
I
you
ask
also
Rich
didn't have
one more question?
Hold on one second, you also didn't have a union that you guaranteed raises and things of that nature, and we're already at 67%.
And I'm understanding that, but that doesn't mean we're going to have to raise the
Oh,
levy.
I fully agree with you, we shouldn't raise the levy.
I want to just fire one question at Rich. So Rich, you got like 37, 38 projects on this list. I think I counted that many, I'm
The
not sure.
list also includes, if I'm correct in what you're looking at,
The IT projects as well.
yeah, so under special reserve.
Yeah.
Everything, so the last page, it's not that, so where
Okay.
the list starts, that's building and equipment maintenance.
Yeah.
That's continuous work that we normally do. It's the part that's a special reserve. So it says special reserve roof maintenance bid project approved, and then it ends with patron catalog VDI on the next page. It's only that. That is a special reserve.
Whereas, yeah, so that's about, I counted 38 bullet points. Maybe I counted wrong. 3, 6, 17, 23, 26. Yeah, I counted 38 bullet points. So I assume the ones you removed from special reserve were the lowest four in priority, right?
Yes, 3 got removed and 1 was completed.
Yeah, okay, so one's already completed. The 3 that got removed, I mean, I just want to ask, again, I take Jason's comments very seriously about, we have a responsibility to make sure we're spending money wisely. If we were to punt these 4 projects, or these 3 projects rather, that were removed, if we were to punt them a year, what's the impact? Like, I mean, steel doors, I don't know how, you're the expert. You know how bad shape they are.
Sure.
You're like, okay, yeah, we need to replace these within the next couple of years. It'd be nice to do it now, but if we didn't do it for a year, no big deal. The paver's the same thing, like paver could have some chips on it. It could be completely falling apart. I just don't know.
If it was
where-
completely falling apart, it
Yeah.
would be probably an emergency request.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So
Got it. So
This is
you're,
for budgeting purposes, right?
Okay.
And for projects that we need to try to get through. I'm confident that if the budget process goes well, we can hire staff, like the assistant services supervisor, that we can get these through, as well as being able to get bids, whether they be quotes because they're under the bid limit, or if they're actually bids and go through all that process. That, by the end of the fiscal year, we can get these things completed. That being said, I don't have a magic ball to tell you that, yes, we could, 100% of these are gonna get completed.
Why not?
Um,
Come on.
I'm
just the
kind of here,
nature
step
of
up
life,
the game,
right?
Rich, magic ball.
Right, so, I mean, yes, we removed a lot more, but came back because other things got adjusted in the budget, namely salaries. And, you know, I understand, so the philosophy would be to, things that have been identified by these outside experts that we've hired, as well as ourselves, to address them in a timely manner. But that being said, I don't think that, you know, if the board decides not to do these 3 projects, that it's going to be some dire consequence, because we won't let it become that, because
Right.
we'll bring it to you. And there might be a situation, say in March of 2025, where the library board is approached by administration and says, we have this emergency, bless you, we have this emergency, here's what the estimate is. We can't go to bid maybe even, because say it's $100,000, something died. We maintained it, everything seemed fine, and it died. And now we need to get it repaired, and it might even be several months, and we might bring in additional equipment for the meantime. And that's gonna come out of the budget, it's gonna come out of reserve. We have the money for it, we have appropriations to be able to spend it, right? But, you know, we're not putting those types of things in. What we're putting is things that the mechanical report, the site ground report included. I originally had, as you all know from last year, the parking lot was last year. We pushed it to this year, and it's not here. Why isn't it? Well, because the updated report said we can get another 1 to 3 years. And I'm like, all right, if I have an expert opinion that says that me spending up to $30,000 on fixing it to maintain it is a good investment, as opposed to spending the $400 right now, then I'm going to do that.
Right.
So that's how this all works, right? So I understand, we've had these conversations many times, and just like with the salaries, having them in there so you can budget into the future and have an expectation of what it's supposed to really be. That's there. At the same time, if we remove them for this year, we remove the 72, I'm not going to cry or anything like that. I'm going to be able to continue doing work, and I'm hopeful that I can get everything done.
And you may even still be able to get these done.
Right, and the roof
budget.
might turn out to be 500, and there's 55,000 there, right?
Yeah.
But the humidifier with the engineering of that might be 200 instead of 160. So, you know, we try as best. I mean, I only know 3 things per survey. We have to spend the 494, right? Because that's going to be the cost of the roof, the base, and I think it's like 411,000 for Biblioteca.
Because we've already gone through
Because
that
we've already
process.
gone through, it's
Yeah.
gone through the process, so I know that for sure. Everything
Everything
else
else
is
is kind
sort
of
of
up in the air.
like, you know,
This is all for the sake of planning. We would again be able to operate comfortably without those $72,000. It's just a suggestion as far as whether Rich knows to move forward on these projects that were removed, or must wait to see if we have wiggle room in the budget and plan to do them later.
Okay.
So that's,
Valerie, you weren't here last year during this budget process, but I will say this again until I'm blue in the face.
Sure.
We do not, as a library, have a projected plan for spending money, and we need, and I know you're just getting here, so I'm not taking it out on you, we need to do that.
and that's in the budget.
Well, the only person that's done that in the last couple of years is myself last year. And we need to have that done, because that would help answer so many of these questions right here. Except with those $72,000 over millions, it literally would be a slam dunk to be able to do this one way or the other. But we don't have that, so that's why that's really why I'm hesitant, because until I know what we have coming down the pipeline, how do we just spend money like this?
I understand.
Yeah, my concern is the capital project that we need to have special reserves in, and again, you know, if Rich has identified these as the lowest priority of the various special reserve projects, maybe when we get to the capital projects, these become high on the capital projects list, or maybe they become low on the list. And I just kind of would prefer to preserve that flexibility. Again, it's ultimately this stuff needs to get done. You're the expert. You're going to get done what needs to get done. You're going to fit it into the budget that have. But you know, it's our responsibility again to kind of meet. And this is why I said last month. I don't even remember when we had that meeting. But I said, you know, I want to know from you this meeting that when you come up with this revised 9.9, is that something that you think, yeah, this is reasonable, we can get everything done we need to get done?
Yes.
Or is it not? And if I'm hearing from you that, yeah, I think we can get everything done in that 9.9, and I'm also hearing from Rich that you know, okay, it'd be nice to have this extra flexibility, but it's not the end of the world, it's not a big deal. I'd be more comfortable just sticking to the number we came up with originally. That's just how I feel like it's a balance between, you know, making sure we got everything we need to get done, and making sure we're fiscally responsible, and those two, I think, I mean, we agreed as a board last month that we hit on the 9.9, and with the caveat that if you didn't see it working, then we'd change it. But since you're saying, yeah, you know, this would be nice, but it's not really, it's not a necessity. We can do without it. I think I'm more
if we
comfortable
went back, if we
with
had
that.
said go back to 8.8 or 9.2 or whatever number we give her, she's gonna figure out how to do it, because that's what we're saying. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the best thing for the library.
Yeah, but I'm hearing, what I'm hearing from Valerie
But
is that,
our duty is to the library.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
what I'm hearing from Valerie is that, and correct me if I'm mistaken, please. What I'm hearing is that, look, $9.9 million, the $9,900,314 is enough to do everything that we need to do next year. It'd be nice to have the 72, but it's not a big deal if we don't. That's what I'm hearing.
My recommendation is still to add the $72,000. Yes, we can get everything we need to get done with the 9.9 million, including the staffing needs and all of the urgent projects and even some of the wants that we've added into the budget. I'm just making a recommendation. I am not against the 9.9 whatsoever. We will be a very happy staff with the 9.9 million.
And that's what I wanted to hear.
We will. We will be a happy staff with that if that passes. I'm just trying to help with the planning purposes.
Oh, absolutely, I understand, and this is kind of where, you know, our role of governance versus management comes into play. Governance is big picture, we gotta look at that final number. Management is you figuring out how to allocate everything within that.
And all of these questions are absolutely fair. We really do have to keep the taxpayers in mind as well. I'm just going off of the funds that we currently have in special reserves, the anticipated funds that we think we're gonna get in, and I want to responsibly spend those funds. We do also need to have a capital improvement plan to better plan for the future.
Right.
And it's just a matter of these projects, the $72,000, the projects aren't going away. They're still gonna be
Right.
on the list at a certain point.
Right,
And
they're
because
just gonna be at the end of the list.
they might be at the end of the list, they might be a couple years down the road, but because we keep kicking things forward
Right,
and we have the funds for it this year, I'd rather not kick things forward if we don't have to. But it's a perfectly reasonable decision whether or not we add them back in. It's not
Okay.
gonna be a detriment to the library.
okay, fair enough, that's what I
Val-
wanted to hear.
Amir, and so I want to just wrap my mind around the topic here. So one of the things that for me, I want to make it very simple in this sense. We haven't, as a board, we haven't really had the discussion about the strategic plan coming forward. That would help me a lot, because if I knew specifically, you know, amongst us, what are those goals, it would make it easier for me to say, yes, let's go ahead with the 10-3 now. But we're not there yet. So I would like for us to have those kind of conversations first.
Absolutely.
I hear you. I think 10-3 is good, but if we can get it done now and delay the strategic planning, I wouldn't be comfortable with that either. So I would like to propose that we talk about some of the strategic goals so that we can get a better sense of whether to commit the money now or spread it out in years to come. I hear what Jason's saying with regards to, hey, look, coming up, if we don't hire everybody, then we could spend the money somewhere else. I hear that. And, well, let me just leave it at that, because it's, I would like to have that conversation, period.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. We need to have that
Realistically,
conversation.
until we hire someone to do this, help her with the strategic plan, that's months away, isn't it, at this point?
I will have to put out a request for proposals because that is estimated to be higher than the bid minimum.
Okay.
Typically, the cost of the strategic planning consultants is between $18,000 and $35,000 at various other libraries. I don't know what it would be here. And we've estimated 30 in the budget, so, but we'll have to see what that comes up to. Again, this is a tentative budget with an estimate in the middle of the numbers that I've seen from other libraries.
And I think that's just it, right? Like, there's a lot of different things that are gonna be coming down the pipeline, a lot. We don't, listen, I'd love to know strategically exactly what we have coming down the pipeline, but there's a lot that's coming down there. I mean, we're talking about building out makerspace, we're talking about potentially moving different areas in the library, we're talking about a remodel of the library, new furniture, new paint, new carpets, everything. That's a lot. And until we know some of that stuff, there is no planning for the future here right now.
When
So-
none of that is in this particular budget, just
No,
to be clear for the
no,
public.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about what's coming down the road for the next few years. These things have to take place. And if these things have to take place, we need to be a little smarter now to make sure we have it for being able to do it there. So, when I hear $400,000 parking lots, and I hear building out makerspace, which absolutely has to be done, and I hear potentially moving this room to that room and this floor and that's major projects and building out rooms and stuff. So if we could save $400,000 right now, and let's make sure we're at this 9.9, and you're comfortable with that and getting your job done, and the staff's gonna be very, very happy with that, then I think that's a healthy compromise.
I hear you.
We're ready to vote?
I don't know if trustee Durford or trustee Schoenfeld.
Did you have something to say, Carolyn?
Well, we're voting on maybe 9.9, is that where we
Yeah.
think we are?
Yeah, that's the amount we discussed last month.
Okay, I just have one comment to make. As far as the special reserve, projects that Rich is aware of and he sort of has been looking at for a couple of years, those special reserve projects are the result of the 5-year assessment we have done. And there was always a plan about what this library needed. So it's not like he's actually doesn't have a blueprint. There are several projects that need to be done, and even though we had the money a couple of times, they haven't been done either for whatever the reasons. But we're not moving forward with special reserves blindly.
Right.
The assessments that we received were the reasons for those items even being included. I don't know that I disagree with, that I agree with not including more special reserve projects. So you
So
all decided
making it-
you're not including additional special reserves.
So
That's what
making
you
it
decided.
9.972 instead of.
Well, they wanted 72,000 in
Right.
special reserves. Okay, and it really won't affect the budget, which is going to in turn be the levy.
Right,
So-
yeah, it won't affect the operating
Because I
budget,
think
correct.
when all the public needs, the public's concern is the budget amount that we will be asking for them in tax dollars. As far as his special reserves go, we've got the money.
Right,
And I don't understand why you're not interested in accomplishing
It's a fair
some
point.
of those tasks.
it's a fair
I
point.
mean, what was the reason that you don't want to go with
Only
it?
because the capital renovation project is coming up, and so those special reserve funds will come into play then, that's my only.
Which capital reserve project?
Capital,
Capital improvement plan.
capital improvement plan, that's the word I was looking for.
And we don't know what's coming down the line. with
Okay,
all
we
that.
can't not take care of what the library needs now because of a future capital.
That's a fair point,
When
that's a
was,
fair point.
when was
I'm
this
not-
5-year, when was this 5-year plan that you're talking about? I've never seen it, that's why I'm asking.
I think she might have been referring to the 5-year assessment. I just emailed it to the board.
No, not that
earlier
one,
today.
we've done it, it's the
Oh,
exact
sorry.
same assessment we did in the past. Those are the same companies we always use. So what I'm trying to say is Rich's special reserve projects was all based on a 5-year plan. So now you're interested in going forward with another plan And what's going to happen to all this work? that
I've
we
never
need to
seen
do?
that plan, and Patty just said that she said it was.
I don't know, I don't remember.
It was called Keller, and the other
Okay.
company was called, what's the F one?
So I believe there's two
Carolyn.
different things that we're talking about. One is upkeep of the building
Right,
through
both
the
those
building
were them.
and equipment funds that are the special reserve funds. And on the building side, we do have two companies we engage with. But I think what the other trustees are indicating that there's additional projects that come out of that fund that are not upkeep. For example, this year we have a project in there that is to redesign the lower level. That's not in the upkeep plan. It's something that we've seen and we're gonna address. But on a large scale, we're going to be, and we have money in the reserve building project for a capital needs assessment. This is a report that gives you a outlook that incorporates the mechanical 5 years, the site and ground 5-year upkeep
Right.
plans. But also what it provides you is a outlook for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years of what your site should be looking to
Right.
do.
Mhm.
All I'm saying-
I'm not gonna, speculate as what those things might be, because again, that's where we're gonna pay people to help us out with that. What they see that, we have 65,000 square feet, perhaps the information will be that we need 80, at some point in 20 years. So we need to be able to budget appropriately so that by that time, we have the funds in order to do it, right? And there's various ways of doing that, right?
Rich, do you know when those plans were done? Do you even a rough estimate of what year that was done? The ones that you were just mentioning, the two different plans?
So from my recollection, when the library expanded in 1997,
It's-
right?
Yeah,
a few years prior to that, we went out and engaged with something like that in order to understand what the library needs to have in terms of space. That's where the referendum came out to ask the taxpayers to give us funds for bonds in order to build this facility. Basically, we expanded it, we doubled it, right?
Can I
Since
interrupt you for 1
Sure.
minute? Just for the public, we are not anticipating or asking for a referendum
No.
anytime soon, even though Rich was talking about the past one, just to put that out there.
Right, that's.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
right,
you.
it's all in the past, right?
because then we'll have
Sin-
people, referendum, and we're not talking.
Since then,
Thank you.
we did engage back in, I don't know, it was 2010 maybe, what we needed to do in terms of an interior remodel. I don't know how exhaustive that was because I wasn't involved on a day-to-day basis with that. But what came out of that were several architects that the board interviewed. We went with one of them and we did a remodel in 2013. 2014 we finished, right? And that's what we have right now. And since then, we haven't engaged any kind of capital needs assessment. All we've done is looked at the mechanical engineering side of it, as well as the site grounds and building envelope, and we've maintained that, the site and all the equipment that we have,
We're talking 10 years.
Yes.
at the very least.
At the
Yeah,
very least 10 years.
actually, 2019 and 2014 I'm showing is when we've done these assessments.
So they're talking about a different, they're talking about the larger
Right, and they're,
need for what the space needs to have, what the site
right,
needs
well,
to
we
be.
weren't talking about, I'm not talking about
So let
referendums,
me-
I'm talking
No,
about
no.
the basis of
Like
your
Carolyn talks,
special reserve
gets her point out.
was a planned process. And
Yes.
we've been putting things off for quite some time.
Correct.
And I get it, you're gonna go forward with more capital improvement, but I'm concerned about things that need to
Okay.
get done.
I think that's a valid concern. I
Do you
think that's a
have-
valid concern. So.
Can I say something first?
Let me just
Go
jump in
ahead.
real quick. So I think we're down to three numbers to vote on. One is 9,900,314. One is 9,972,314, and one is 10,377,070. And ultimately, we got to vote on one of those three numbers. So it really is an idea of somebody moving to vote on one of those three
The
numbers,
way-
and we vote on them.
I understood you, Carolyn, and you can please correct me, that you were stating that the 9,972 sounded like something you would consider. Is that right, or is that wrong?
My question is, why are we not considering
56.
special reserves since we have the money? And the response I got was because you have plans for capital improvement going forward. So, and I get that, but I'm still concerned about how, like Valerie said.
So I guess what I'm,
kicking the can down the road.
what
for
I'm
how
asking,
long?
what Patty's asking is the 9.972, is that something you would consider supporting?
Or the
I just,
9.9?
one of us is gonna have to make a motion at some point to vote on one of these numbers, and so just wanna kinda understand where everybody sits.
What do you
on these.
the numbers of what each level is that you're talking about?
So 9,900,314 is on page 56, right? That's at the
Yes.
bottom. 900,314. That's on page 56.
And-
Add the
and I-
72 to
She
that.
asked up for 72.
Yeah, if you add 72 to that, it's 9,972,346.
It's actually
14.
9.972 is another 86, it's 86, so it's 9.86.
No, it's 72. She said 72.
She
Only
said
72.
72,000.
So
Okay.
9,972,314.
more.
Yeah,
Yes.
9,972,314.
All right, I'll make a motion to vote on a budget for $9,914,000 even for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
914?
9,914.
Do you
Jason,
put it-
314?
No, 9,900,314. That's what you're saying.
Which is what's stated. Right here.
$314?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to
Jason,
make,
before, and I'm sorry that I'm interrupting you, but remember when we got on board and we were looking at comparables, how does our library compared to libraries around the area?
yep,
So regardless of what number we agree on, I'm interested in knowing where does that put us in that scale? Because that's something that to me it's important, because that's what people understand, I think, much more simpler than this.
again, that goes back to, we need to have a budget laid out for multiple years, like I
Right,
did for us
right.
last year on a spreadsheet, versus just,
But we're working towards it.
we are,
Yeah.
so,
So,
I'm
well-
not saying we can't do this next year where we have
Right.
money too, but this is a big raise in everything around the board, and we're recouping tax dollars. Next year, we're not gonna be recouping anything.
Right.
So we're
So-
losing that recouping.
Well, so my question is this, is that, and I don't know whether Valerie would have access to those comparables that we were using when we started back in June last year.
Yeah.
But I think we have, it's important for me to get an understanding where our proposal on the budget puts us in that.
Compared to other.
Compared to
Yeah,
other
correct.
libraries.
But
Yeah,
and I think
'cause-
even that though, it's gonna take a little bit of time for us to get through one full budget year with staffed up and with a whole union contract.
Right.
Because right now, this last year, we had to do so much moving around and doing things because of different back pays and bonuses and all this other fun stuff.
Correct, so
going on.
essentially, whatever budget we agree on now,
Mhm.
that's gonna be our starting point, essentially. Because that would be our first full year of having all those unknowns
Correct.
defined.
But without recouping tax dollars next year. So we're gonna be in a situation where we're gonna have to spend down our reserve, like our regular reserves, not our special reserves, just to keep us afloat
But to
because.
Carolyn's point here, that recouping of tax dollars, it impacts the operating budget of 7.551333 and not the overall budget, right? That's your point. Your point is that where the adjustments would have to be made next year is on the 7.551 and not on the 9.9 versus 9.972, because the additional 72 is getting added to special reserve as
Correct, but
opposed
we're
to.
gonna need to add to special reserves next year as well, because we're draining a lot of that this year. So we're gonna need to add money into special reserves to do some of these projects as well.
Right, and that.
We have
that-
1.3 and we're
So,
gonna spend.
so what I'm saying is there are two competing considerations here, and I see the validity of both of them. I'm not,
I'd like to make a motion for the 2024-2025 fiscal budget for $9,900,314.
I'll second that.
$9,900,314, correct?
Mm-hmm, just like it's stated on the page.
Yeah. Now we're gonna vote on that?
Trust-
Unless somebody,
I was gonna
if
say-
somebody give others the opportunity to amend first.
Well, or it gets voted down and then we come up with
Yeah,
another
we can do that.
proposal.
Okay, that's fine.
It's giving
Yeah,
us
take
a
a
place
vote.
because realistically, we're gonna have to go into closed session. Aren't we having
Well,
closed
we do have
session?
it for,
Yeah.
yeah, for
Something
other
else.
topics, yeah.
Something
I
else, but not for this
understand.
topic.
I'm not for this, for other topics, so
Yeah.
I mean.
Yes, Margaret, please.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
No.
No. Trustee Schoenfeld? No. Treasurer Patello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
No,
No. Vice President Trumpo?
Yes.
President King?
What's the vote right now?
9.9.
No, how many?
three
Three,
to
three,
three.
It's
No.
3-3. No?
Okay.
Could we take a 5-minute recess?
Make a motion.
Second.
I motion, that we take a
Wait.
5.
Wait, we have to find
Can we
the.
let-
Can we just
Just
finish the
make
budget,
sure-
because we
Yeah,
have
can we do it
two
after
more
the budget
numbers.
part, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I move to approve a operating budget of $9,972,314 for the fiscal year 2024-2025.
9,972,314, correct? Just make
Yes,
sure I got it
that's-
right.
yeah.
Okay, that was motion. And who seconds?
I'll second it.
Patty? Okay, Ann?
Go ahead.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Treasurer Patello?
No.
Secretary Rosansky?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Vice President Trumpo?
No.
President
What's
King?
the vote now?
Let me check.
42.
42,
It's already
yep,
failed.
go.
Well,
42.
I'll just vote yes, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so it fails
Pick one.
4-3.
Yes.
Voted
Yes, thank you. So
Okay.
3-4, yep, absolutely. So this one, let's see.
Well, hold on.
Am I saying that
Hold
correctly?
on,
So the
just
original
wait.
one failed, this one fails as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. I just wanted to make sure my math was right.
They both failed 4-3.
Yep,
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a budget of 10.3, was it even 10.3?
No, 10.377, it's 10.377070.
Yes. Okay.
070. 10,377,070?
Yeah.
That's what you said, I just want to make sure I got it right. And that is President Keane?
Yeah.
And who seconds? Anyone?
Nobody?
No seconds?
I would like to know,
Wait, hold on, you got it.
okay.
You gotta have a
you're
second.
Fails.
I'm not,
Second?
okay, we need to second so we can talk?
Yeah.
Okay, I will second.
Okay, so Patty seconds, excellent.
Yeah, but now we gotta vote on it.
No.
Well,
You don't
We
have
can
no,
talk
now
about
we
it.
have, we can discuss.
You withdraw the second.
What would, oh,
Wait, we have
she
to wait
left.
for
left.
Karen.
Yeah, Carolyn's not here.
It's a ladies' room.
So when she comes back, I'd like to know what the two of you feel would be reasonable, since
Well,
the
that's a
two of
discussion.
you.
Yeah,
You
that's a-
can't talk about that during your motion.
This is a vote on the 10.3, that's not
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you could withdraw your second, and then we could have that conversation.
No, you have to have a motion on the table in order to have a
No,
discussion.
No,
Isn't
because
it?
we had a
We have
discussion.
discussion all day long.
Yeah,
If I don't have a second, then there's no
If you withdraw your
discussion.
second, there's no discussion. She could always ask for the same
Yeah, introduce
thing.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, whatever, then I withdraw the second, because I would like to know, so we can get this process going, and,
So Patty, you are withdrawing your
withdraw it.
second?
If they say I have to, I was under the assumption, and I know what they say about assuming, that we had to have a motion in order to have a discussion.
Technically, yes,
Yeah,
you should have a second on a motion before you discuss.
But if we're not talking about that, if it's just talking about like the same thing we were
They
all along.
they
we
entered
could-
into discussion because they brought that, so.
The first motion covers general discussion.
Okay.
But to discuss this particular number, you have to have a second.
Okay,
Okay.
I
Okay.
just want to have a general discussion, and we have a
We need to wait for
board
Carolyn to
member
come
who isn't
Okay.
here
So you
at the
withdraw the
moment.
second, the motion fails. Now
Well,
we're,
the motion doesn't
Doesn't
exist.
exist.
back.
anymore.
Yeah, now we're back to the regular discussion.
so if we're not
She's
gonna have the 10.3,
Withdraw.
then
Yeah, second.
if we can get 9 point, whatever it was,
The
we'll have to pick one of the
9.972.
other numbers, because they're gonna.
no,
be like
we can
6.
pick an intermediate number, we can add
No, I
30,000
will
as special
not
reserve.
go below
No.
9.
No, what I'm saying is we can
Nine, or
do something,
9.9.
like we could do 9.936, which is halfway between the 9.9 and 9.972.
Carolyn and Sue, I'm sorry.
So I was just gonna motion again that we go with the number that Umair said.
Well, that already
Which
failed
one?
though.
I know, but can't we vote on it again?
Okay,
You can
what
make a
number
new
would you guys
motion.
be comfortable with?
What do
So
we-
I'm clearly comfortable with either 9.9 or 9.972, right? Now, I'm comfortable with both 9.9 and 9.972. Jason's comfortable with 9.9, but not 9.972.
Correct.
Roberto's comfortable with 9.9, I don't forget which one.
9.9, but 9.7, same thing with me.
Okay, so Jason and Roberto on the same page. Patty and I both
I
voted
could go
yes
with that.
for either one,
All right.
right?
Let's,
Becky wants the higher one, but not the lower one.
what are you guys
So-
comfortable with?
I'll be honest with you, I have a problem approving a budget that I was not able to see any of the worksheets or the details. Because here I am asking the taxpayers for $9.9 million.
So what number are you
And I
comfortable
can't
with?
even
That was the
justify
question.
what all of this is. So you don't need my vote. So whatever you are in agreement with, I just feel that we should be using our special reserves to
Okay.
take care of some of those
So,
repairs.
so from a
it's up to
micro
you.
perspective, you are in favor of adding the 72 to the special reserves?
No, she's
But from
gonna
a
still
macro-
vote no.
Right, because from a macro perspective, you're not comfortable with the overall budget, but from a micro, from a line item perspective, you're comfortable adding the 72 to the special reserves.
Utilizing special reserves for
Okay.
the repairs,
Okay.
yes.
But
So
she
what's
won't
the
vote
number?
yes for either.
So we gotta,
So it's.
All
up
right.
to
I'd like
you
to
guys.
make a motion to approve a budget of $9,940,314, which is right, a little bit more than half of that $72,000.
I second. so we're adding 40 to the special reserves.
Just compromise and go ahead.
So I just want
Otherwise
to
we'll
be,
be here all night talking about
Yeah,
three numbers that nobody's remembered.
Vice President, I just want to make sure I have the right.
$9,940,314.
Excellent, thank you so
And
much.
0 cents.
Yeah,
Like a lot of.
excellent. Just want to make sure I got it right. Okay. Are we discussing?
No.
or-
No,
Let's
Give
just
me a
vote.
second.
Thank you so much.
Didn't somebody second it? Omer
I
did.
did.
Yeah,
Yes.
Omer.
Yes, exactly. Trustee Kadir?
yes.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Treasurer Bertello?
Yes.
Yes.
Patty Wasansky, thank you, yes.
Yes.
And President King?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5, yes. 5 yeses,
So do we
2
want-
noes.
Yes.
Do we want to pick a
want
date for the
passes?
hearing then?
Well, we have to figure 30 days after it's posted.
When can you publish it?
Well,
Next Wednesday.
that's up to the newspaper, so
Next
we have to
Wednesday.
talk
Next
to.
Wednesday, right?
It will be next
We can-
Wednesday,
we've
right?
approved
Can
the
you have
numbers,
it done
so
by
I-
then?
You
Are
can
you
have
ready
it
to
done
go?
by-
It's
Exactly.
written, yeah, it's
Oh,
written out.
you're
Let
not.
him
Next
know.
Wednesday.
Hold on.
Okay.
In all likelihood, next Wednesday it could get published, but.
There's no guarantee.
Okay, so next Wednesday is the 24th.
So then we reschedule it if it doesn't get published, right?
Yeah, so next Wednesday's the 24th, so it would have to be after August 24th.
No.
It has to be within 30 days.
No, after August, no, at least 30
30
days. So it has to be
days.
after August
Yeah.
23rd, so
Yeah.
because July's 31 days.
Yeah, it should, we should, yeah, 31.
August
Exactly.
23rd or thereafter.
So the last Wednesday of August is probably the first.
Yeah, last Wednesday of August
Maybe
is
so.
August, what is that?
28th.
28th?
Yeah.
So August
We'll submit
28th.
it, it's just a matter of whether. the
And our
paper-
meeting is the 21st, that
Yeah.
we just
It is a
approved.
longer-
Oh.
Yeah.
That we can't, can we now move it, the regular meeting to the 28th, so we can have them both that day, or no?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
We would have to reopen a motion, it is on the agenda, so
Mhm.
it's still reasonable to discuss. You'd have to make another motion.
We're talking about,
He's gotta
our
get-
regular board meeting is the 21st, but we can't have the hearing the same date because the hearing has to be after the 23rd of August.
Oh, so
Yeah.
just move the
So
whole meeting
should
to
we move the
28th?
whole board meeting to the 28th so that we can have the hearing
I'm
before
okay with
that?
that.
Yeah,
And
this
that
works.
gives him more time.
That'd be great, me, I'll be out of town on the 21st.
But then we have to change the
We'll
schedule.
submit to
Right.
We already approved the schedule for the whole year.
We
It
did.
would be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but then if Tom
We
can't
would
get
have
it out
to
in the
put
paper
in
by
that
next
other
week, then
thing.
we'll have to, then we got a
Well,
problem
you
there
don't
too.
have to
Unless
take
there's-
votes, so this is the schedule that's being approved tentatively as always with board meetings, and when they're rescheduled, if the.
10 days notice.
We have to give notice,
we
and
can-
we can just
yeah.
put it out on the website and
Okay.
and post
So
it
we can-
appropriately.
Yeah.
So can we,
We should move it anyway
Yeah.
because our date doesn't work, like you said. Yeah.
Right, so are we
Yeah, have them both on the
comfortable
same
moving
day.
the regular board meeting to the 28th of August so that we can have it the same day as the
yeah,
public
let's do
hearing?
it.
I think so.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Valerie,
Sounds
how,
good to
what's
me.
the best
Okay,
thing to
so
do then?
who is,
August.
I mean-
somebody has to call for an amended motion for the.
I call for an amended motion.
To approve ordinance
resolution, right?
24-01, hey, I'll do it. I call for an amended motion to approve ordinance 24-01, setting the schedule of the regular board meeting dates for the 2024-2025 fiscal year with the amendment that the August meeting is scheduled on August 28th, 2024.
And it's also our,
And that the public hearing for the budget is also scheduled on that same day prior to the meeting.
Thank
Such
you.
that the meeting, I don't know if this needs to be in the motion.
no, it doesn't. No, just so that it,
We'll leave that.
just so that it's
6 p.m.
prior to.
The prior meeting at 6 p.m.?
No, we'll probably,
Isn't
where we
Isn't
did
it
in the past
usually
is
like
we had it at,
6:30?
we had
10
it
minutes
at,
before?
6:30.
we did it at 6:30 in
6:30.
the board meeting the following meeting.
Okay, so
Yeah,
6:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
6:30.
Yeah,
It was 10 minutes
So
after.
the public
Yeah.
hearing is.
Well, it depends on how many people come and talk.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can,
Yeah, we just say 10 minutes after the conclusion of the first meeting.
Yeah.
that's all.
Right.
but that's, you know,
And Suzanne, you seconded?
Yeah.
We'll do it up here.
Or-
We'll do
Right,
it
right.
to
If we
28.
have
Second,
space
and then
in
the
the
public
CMR,
hearing
it
is
might be good to
6:30,
put it in
and
the
it's at
CMR.
7 p.m.
Let's do that, if the board feels
And,
We don't.
we still have to take a vote, don't we?
At
Yes,
6:30.
we do, ma'am.
Just, let me write down everyone's
I'll
initials.
add more chairs, but I don't want to have to set up the TV.
Okay.
All right, so we're moving 2401 from August 21st to the 28th. That'll be the 7 o'clock meeting, and then the public hearing is scheduled for the 6:30 time.
Yep.
And trustee Kadir motioned, trustee Schoenfeld seconded, and I'm gonna take a vote if it's okay. Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Durblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Treasurer Botello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
There's another right here. Vice President Trunco?
Yes.
And President Key?
Yes.
Passes 7 to 0.
Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Take a 5-minute recess.
Well,
5-minute recess.
Well, we'll come back.
Yeah, before we come into
Okay,
executive
that's
session.
fine.
Sure.
That makes sense.
I made the motion.
Okay.
Did you,
I made the motion.
do you
Yeah, we'll have
need
to
the
do
whole
the-
thing?
yeah, you
I was
gotta do
gonna
the
say.
I move to go to executive session to discuss the appointment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of a specific employee or employees of the Niles Main District Library, 5 ILCS 122C1.
Second.
Where in the heck?
9:32?
9:32. Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Sorry. Trustee Durblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee, Treasurer Botello?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
Vice President Trunco?
Yes.
President Key?
Yes.
7 to 0 passes.
Where in the heck?
Back in open session at 11:18. Sorry. It's been a long night.
Yes, it has.
Anybody have any other?
Does anyone have any other?
Nope.
Thank you.
All right, I motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:18.
Thank you. Second.
Any nays?
Nope.
Adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
All right.
I'm turning this off then, Rich.